check this. Huh?
Keep it strong. Every storm ती डोळ्यावरती येते नाही केली.
अभी तो कम है और
Check, check, check. Check this. Check. Hello. Check.
When the night comes loud and the road feels long, I hold my fire, I keep it strong. Every storm tries to pull me apart, but I keep your name beating in my heart. I love you strong, stronger than rain. I love you strong, stronger than pain. I love you strong, stronger than rain. I love you strong, stronger than pain.
Check this thing, this check, hello. Check this thing, this check, hello, my check, hello, this.
Excuse me. Can I request everyone to please start coming forward? And the person who's going to introduce me, Prachi, can you please come forward, please, so that we start our sessions. Everyone, please come forward. You all can have your coffees in your hand by the side. There are enough chairs on the side to put your coffees at. And, you know, we expect people to start filtering in over a period of time. So it's better that if people are there in the front. And I'm very, very happy about one thing is that some of our most formidable advisory board members are already present here. And I think Neha, if you all are done with your coffees and things like that, I think we can start our session. Madhuri, Mamta, please slightly come forward. Sonal, request you to please come forward. You take the stage.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you've had your breakfast and coffee and tea. I can't hear anyone. Hello, good morning. You're looking lovely, as usual, always. Okay, so formally, a very warm welcome to all of you to the CFBP Women Empowerment Summit 2.0. It is truly inspiring to witness all of you ladies' powerful voices coming together today in the celebration of women, leadership, and purpose. All right, so let's have a big round of applause for all of us who are present here. My name is Prachi Mehta, and I am an executive committee member of CFBP, and I professionally work as a tarot card reader, astrologer, and a numerologist. It is now my honor to introduce our respected president, Mr. Swapnil Kothari. Mr. Kothari is the founder and managing partner of S. Kothari and Company, and advocates and solicitors, and has been practicing law in Mumbai over 20 years. His work spans corporate and banking law, property law, project finance, mergers and acquisitions, joint ventures, litigation, arbitration, and high-profile NRI investments. A graduate of NM College, he completed his LLB from Government Law College and went on to pursue his LLM in International and Comparative Law from Georgetown University. He's also worked with reputed global law firms, including Slaughter and May in London, Jones Day in Cleveland, and Amarchand Mangaldas in Mumbai. Mr. Kothari is frequently quoted in the Times of India, is a regular panelist on major national news channels, and serves on the board of several Fortune 500 Indian companies. With a deep commitment to ethical governance and consumer awareness, he currently serves as the president of Council for Fair Business Practices, a nationally renowned NGO dedicated to protecting consumer rights and promoting fair business conduct. Please join me in welcoming a warm welcome to Mr. Swapnil Kothari. And alongside, may I please invite Jalpa to take on for today's morning session.
Jalpa, you can come on the side, no problem. I'll just finish my opening speech, which is going to be very short. I know you all want to hear the panelists. Martin Luther King said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I have thought about it, I've ruminated over that since the time I gathered my moorings. And I believe that women empowerment is one thing which is very, very integral to any organization that promotes fair business practices or that tries to promote equality and fairness. It would be an absolute oxymoron if the Council for Fair Business Practices would not promote women empowerment. Because women have been subject to the most unfair practices since time immemorial. So when I became the president, I ensured that there is enough representation of women on the group, on the chat groups, in the organization, and wherever possible, we take care of that whimper, that sigh, that despondency, that moment of absolute helplessness, that despair, that wish, that voice that often does not rise above a whisper, simply because women have been preconditioned to play roles, first of a daughter, then of a wife, then of a mother, of a daughter-in-law, and whatnot. And then where do you find yourself? Now, this is something which I said at Cafe Pehchan, which is one of our other programs, other seminal programs, which tries to do women empowerment at the grassroots level. And there, of course, I did a little bit of Hindi along with English, because obviously because of the audience right there that was present. And I thought to myself that it would be better that I say that CFBP, the Council for Fair Business Practices, has got women of high achievement, with a slew of achievements, with a great resume. I mean, you name it and we have it. We have those kind of people. But what about the women who've not ever set foot outside the door? So that is what Cafe Pehchan does. Because every woman who steps out of the door or who is or wanting to achieve something will have to answer someday to the maker when she meets him or her. What did you do down except forging ahead the reproductivity system or the population or what I designed best, that is a human being? What did I do? What did you do? That time, to play a small role, I don't want any of my women to say that, well, I just did this. I want that woman to proudly say that I did this and this and this and that and this and this and that. So that is when the maker will be happy and realize that, yes, what these women are saying, and I would like to put it in Hindi, that पहले सती से पहचान, फिर पति से पहचान, लेकिन अब होगी उन्नति से पहचान और कल होगी गति से पहचान. Because that is what is important, that you progress. And the reason why I said initially about the sigh part, that particular sigh that we try to address, that particular despondency moment, because a woman says much more in a sigh than a man in a sermon. And I believe firmly that the Council for Fair Business Practices, which was started by possibly the best people that existed in 1966, J.R.D. Tata, Soli Godrej, Mr. Ramkrishna Bajaj, that is Mr. Shekhar Bajaj's father, Mr. Ashok Birla, Mr. Anand Mahindra's father, Harish Mahindra, and Uncle Keshub Mahindra. And, just about everybody, Fakhruddin Khorakiwala, who were there at that time. And let me tell you all one thing. The 36 founders, out of the 36 founders, 2 of our founders are still alive at 94 and 95. One of them is Swern Kohli ji, whose late husband, F.C. Kohli, was the first founder of TCS, or rather the first CEO of TCS. And Swern Kohli ji, at the age of 94, has 2 mobiles on her phone, has a Louis Vuitton bag, does not require any ear assistance, speaks absolutely fluently. So I think that is because they followed fair practices from within. That's the reason why the Lord gives them all faculties intact at 94. And by the way, Mr. Vishnubai Hari Bhakti, who's around 93, still enjoys his Sev Puri possibly every 3 days. Once he did have that right in front of me when I went to meet him. So I'm very happy, and I'm very happy to welcome quite a few of our friends as well. Please come forward. Thank you very much, Pooja, and thank you very much, Aparna, for coming. And with that, I invite Jalpa on the stage. I don't want to be in a sermon because a woman says much more in a sigh, and so they're not going to sigh, they're going to talk. Jalpa, please come.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be your anchor for panel 1 of the CFBP Women Empowerment Summit. I'm extremely proud and happy to say that panel 1 is going to be moderated by Mr. Swapnil Kothari, who is our president, and co-moderated by his dear wife, Payal Kothari, our First Lady. May I please invite Payal on stage? Payal Kothari is an executive committee member and a curator of this summit. Advocate and solicitor, India and mediator. She's an experienced partner at S. Kothari and Company with a demonstrated history of working in the legal services industry, skilled in property and realty laws and documentation, litigation, policy regulation, succession planning, and due diligence. With a strong entrepreneurship, she's a professional with BA honors in economics, LLB, and solicitor. Also currently an empaneled mediator and member of the legal committee, the Ladies' Wing, with Indian Merchant Chambers after having successfully completed mediation and negotiation courses with the Harvard University and Maharashtra National University, Mumbai. Also, she believes in giving back to society and has volunteered at Angel Express Foundation, an NGO based in Mumbai, India, which imparts free education to the lesser privileged kids. Payal writes poetry and is a district leader, Bandra, with the Bharat Soka Gakkai, which has its headquarters in Japan. So Payal, very happy to have you as a Okay. All right. I will now start introducing our guests and speakers of panel 1. May I please invite Rochelle Pinto, Head Editorial Content, Vogue India, to come up on stage. We have in panel 1, like we have in panel 2, some of the most eminent women, and I'd really like to introduce them in totality. So please allow me to do so. Rochelle Pinto is the head of editorial content for Vogue India. She joined Vogue from Tweak India, where she was the founding editor of the digital company launched by Twinkle Khanna, a celebrated author and columnist. As HOEC, she's responsible for overseeing the vision and content across all platforms for the brand in India. She's a passionate editor with a comprehensive knowledge of the Indian market. Rochelle brings a digital-first approach to the legacy of publishing, and she has adopted at an early age of 11 years. Over the years, she has honed skills across a variety of touch points, including end-to-end video production, events, and commercial projects. With over 15 years of experience across print and digital, Rochelle is a career journalist. She has had an early start at the age of 11 when she became a child RJ on All India Radio in her home state of Goa. Fashion journalism was a byproduct of her joining the Hindustan Times, where she became the youngest columnist in its history. Rochelle has led teams and has launched big ideas at the best media houses in the country. Her keen interest in education has led her to teach courses at institutions like the St. Paul's Institute of Communication and Education. She's also deeply passionate about environmental causes, especially beach cleanups, education for women and children of single moms, and allyship for the LGBTQIA+ community. So welcome, Rochelle, and looking forward to having you on our Women Empowerment Summit. The next lady I'd like to introduce is Ashu Suyash. Is Ashu here? Okay. Hello, Ashu. Ashu is the former MD of CRISIL and currently co-founder Colossa Ventures. Ashu is a successful leader with over 3 decades of experience in Indian financial services and the global information services sector. She's currently the founder and CEO of Colossa Ventures, a unique investment ecosystem that powers women-focused businesses with capital capability and confidence building. Colossa's first fund, Colossa Women First Fund, aims to invest in disruptive category-defining, scalable business founded or co-founded by women entrepreneurs. Ashu is an independent director on the boards of Hindustan Unilever Limited, Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited, and Tata Elxsi. Ashu's previous roles were as CEO of L&T Investment Management Limited and L&T Capital Markets Limited, as the country head and managing director of Fidelity's Indian mutual fund business. Ashu is a strong sponsor of governance and best practices and cares deeply about economic agency for women, affordable healthcare, and right to education for all. She's a member of several associations and committees in these areas. Ashu has received various awards and has been recognized amongst the top 50 women in business in India. Ashu is a chartered accountant and holds a bachelor's degree in commerce from the University of Mumbai. Welcome, Ashu. I am very, very delighted to welcome a poet and author, Arundhati Subramaniam. Arundhati is also our advisory board member, and Arundhati, we are so glad, privileged, happy to have you here today. Described as one of the finest poets writing in India today, I'm quoting, when I say this, I'm quoting K.K. Daruwala. He wrote this in The Hindu in 2010. Arundhati is a unique poet of our times in a league all by herself. She is a leading Indian poet and author of 15 books of poetry and prose. Her most recent work includes the landmark Penguin Anthology of the Indian female mystic poetry, Wild Women, a book of poems, The Gallery of Upside Down Women, and a book of essays on contemporary women on sacred journeys. Women who wear only themselves. Her prose includes the much reprinted Book of Buddha and the best-selling biography of a contemporary mystic, Sadhguru. More Than a Life, while her work as editor includes the much-loved Penguin Anthology of Bhakti Poetry, Eating God. Recipient of the Sahitya Academy Award for Poetry 2020, and shortlisted for the T.S. Eliot Prize for Poetry 2015, her awards include the Mahakavi Kanhaiyalal Sethia Award for Poetry, inaugural Khushwant Singh Poetry Prize, the is it pronounced as Capo? Il Ceppo Prize in Italy, the Raza Award for Poetry, Mystic Kalinga Award, the Sark Literature Award, and oh my God, so many. The Devi Award from the New Indian Express, Charles Wallace and Homi Bhabha Fellowships, among others. She has been an active curator, literary and performing arts critic, and poetry editor. She divides her time between Mumbai, Chennai, and New York. Welcome, Arundhati.
Thank you, Jalpa, for that quite elaborate introduction. And let me begin with Arundhati straight away. Arundhati, one of the things that resonates through all the vivid resume, and I'll pass that question on to Ashu as well, and then of course Rachel. One significant hurdle that came your way, and one significant godsend that came your way to achieve or to be where you are today.
What? Check. Hello? You wanted to, is this working?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Does this work? Yes. That's a wonderful question, Swapnil, but of course I'm tongue-tied at this point because it's difficult to sift through one's life and pick a single moment. Let me say this, that growing up in this wonderful multicultural polyglottal city, I thought I was heir to a very exciting cultural legacy. But as my engagement with poetry deepened, I found, I think, what many women are accustomed to, the many very subtle irritants on the cultural landscape. It's not often just about active subjugation, by which people talk of the silencing of voices. I've found in the field of literature in particular, it isn't just about the voices that have been actively suppressed. It is about something far more insidious, which is trivialization. The many ways in which your voice can be trivialized and marginalized, the ways in which you can be seen as an ornamental presence and little else, the way you can be consigned to a literary ghetto that's called women's literature, with no attempt to acknowledge that the mainstream needs to be capacious enough to accommodate women's voices. I think these are things one encountered again and again. Old boys networks, cartels that can find many ways to consign women to the periphery. So I think that would be the biggest irritant. Godsend. Godsend, I think, is whenever one encountered, man or woman, whenever one encountered a true listener, someone who honored you with the simple act of attention. As a poet, I realized primarily one has to be a listener above all else. For many years, I thought poetry was about self-expression. It is, but it's much more fundamentally about becoming an eavesdropper on yourself and on the world around you. So whenever I find a fellow eavesdropper, whenever I find someone who truly wants to listen, to hold space, to me, that's the kind of person who's made a difference to my life and certainly to my vocation as a poet.
Beautifully.
Payal, you want to ask something to Arundhati straight off?
No, later. Let them answer
That's
this
okay,
question.
It's all right. That'll make it more engaging, but it's okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know. Let them continue. I'll continue later with Arundhati.
Thank you, Swapnil, and thank you to the Council of Fair Business Practices for inviting me, and a warm welcome to all of you. It's a privilege to be here today, and what I see on this panel is economic, social, and cultural progress. And I am a proud product of India's economic, social, and cultural change. Privileged to have been born in the late 60s when the sigh had moved to a voice. Privileged to have started working in late 80s, and that too with the most coveted foreign bank in India, that is Citibank. Very privileged to have been born in a family where there are only daughters, a mother which has 4 sisters, and a father where the sister was the most important part of the family. To my mind, that God-sent birth has been the most defining part of my being and my life. And that's because when you grow up without being compared to another gender, you already have wind beneath your sails. You're only competing with yourself, And my father made sure that he inculcated a spirit of spirited debate every breakfast and every dinner. That made a huge difference because, you know, we could say what we want to, and therefore never feared somebody who was senior. You know, he worked for a multinational. We would see him dress in a suit, tie. I mean, for us it was normal, right? So that was, to my mind, the biggest blessing. And I know in today's day and age, when we talk about co-ed versus girls' schools, I feel most privileged to have gone into a very strict, nun-run girls' school. Think about it. Discipline is second nature. Only girls. So what do you see? Leadership only by women, right? And the third, and by far the best thing that has ever happened to me, is being married to my husband, who comes from a family where there are 3 sisters, and they rule the family, right? Even today, when a decision needs to be made, it is, so the older sibling is the sister, and it's her word first. So, you know, for him to support me was second nature. And when it is second nature, you flourish because you know that it's not something that is being forced upon a person, right? I hate the word support, because support comes from the thought that somebody is not capable enough, right? And I started noticing over the years where he consciously made space for my career and personality to flourish. Whether it is giving up plum jobs without letting me know, turning down assignments which could have fast-tracked his career, and in return, I have this deep gratitude and was so thrilled to see him retire as executive director at ONGC. His colleague and friend is here, so, you know, I'm
So
sure.
it was true partnership in that sense, true partnership.
True partnership, I would say, from birth through to where I am today. And I want to complete the story on this girl power. To have delivered 2 girls myself, that's the only way to sponsor girl power, right?
One of these.
And for the girls to be born in a family where girls are celebrated, where I know when I delivered my second one, the doctor and the nurses said, "My God, it's such a problem." I said, "You know, when I got wheeled in, what my husband says, you better show up with a daughter because we can't cope with a son." Right? And therefore, after a full career, and the whole intro says it all, it became my mission to actually transform the narrative for women. I know this is called women empowerment, but I have a problem with the word empowerment. I prefer powering women.
Fine, we'll take that into consideration.
And with that in mind, I set up Colosa because I really felt that it is not about asking women to earn their seat at the table. I want us women to bring our own chairs and ask for the table to be expanded, to cope with their personality, their big ideas, and their ability to take this country forward. Thank you.
Good. That was quite a speech, quite a good address to begin with. But I have 1 or 2 nuances to that. But any which ways, let Rochelle complete on the first question
Sure.
itself. I'll frame this a little bit differently for you. I think, Rochelle, the job that you are in, I know a lot many editors of lot many newspapers, prominent ones, magazines, and I think when you are in that chair, and especially of something which is in vogue, a magazine called Vogue, that responsibility to churn out something which is dear to your heart, but at the same time, which will possibly have a great impact, a public impact, a public appeal. So in that pursuit of that journey, and of course, you know, the bio said it all, the way you started and things like that. Once again, what is the godsend and what is that impediment that you face? Because editorial job is one of the toughest jobs, because a hawk's eye is on there, what comes out, and you know, whoever's written it, the bylines or whatever it is, the buck stops at the editor-in-chief's desk.
Thank you for the question, Swapnil. Honestly, I don't think it's one of the most difficult jobs, because I feel tomorrow if a meteor struck the earth and all the fashion journalists were wiped out and Vogue didn't exist, the world wouldn't even blink. It would just go on. So to know that of course it comes with a tremendous responsibility, but you don't have to take yourself so seriously, is already a great relief. And I think the ladies to my right have far tougher jobs. And you know, honestly, I think that what you've done for women like me who've come after, we are all deeply grateful. I think you really raised the bar and encouraged us to chase. But in my experience, all the toughest battles are internal. It really doesn't matter whether people praise you or they throw brickbats, because tomorrow the story will change. I think that the stories we tell ourselves, the way we live inside our own heads, especially as women, we are wont to psychoanalyze ourselves deeply over and over again, and there's so much energy that gets consumed with second-guessing yourself. Luckily, like Ashu, I was raised with an outside sense of confidence. You know, I came from a relatively humble middle-class family, and so my dad had a way of presenting all of our lacks as opportunities. So it was like, for example, I was literally telling somebody yesterday that I wanted to learn the piano, the Casio. It was very popular when I was a child, and all the cool kids had it. And I'm sure my dad couldn't afford it, but what he told me was, you should learn the guitar, because if you are traveling, how will you take that Casio with you? But if you have a guitar, you'll be able to entertain everywhere. And that was kind of the mindset, that you look at something that you can't afford, or you look at an opportunity that you can't have, and you find the silver lining. And I think that we grew up with a sense of confidence that, you know, I'm sure that you had the same thing. It didn't occur to you that you couldn't do something. And maybe you couldn't do this, but you could surely do a version of that and make it your own. So I would say that was a godsend. I would say that growing up in a time without cell phones tracking our every move, and we were allowed to make mistakes, and the mistakes didn't live on the internet for posterity, was certainly an advantage, because you were allowed to fail spectacularly, and only you knew, and it would become a funny story that you could tell, you know, many years later on a stage like this. And it wouldn't haunt you to the end of your days. I see a lot of young women today are so, you know, they can't take a step forward because they're living in a surveillance state, right? And that really, I think, crushes any fearlessness that you may have. And I think I grew up with a certain sense of fearlessness. And to the second part of that question, sometimes that becomes a problem as well. When you have such an outside sense of confidence, when things go wrong, you can spiral a bit and you can start to live inside your own head. But I'm very glad to have an ecosystem around me that drags me right back to the earth every time I'm in danger of having an inflated head, starting with my cat, who likes to greet me and remind me of my place in the ecosystem at home. So no matter what I am outside, I'm a slave to my cat. So it really, you know, we can't take ourselves so seriously, and I think that that's one of the fundamental lessons that I've learned in my career.
And confidence does intimidate men, so that's
And
One
I
aspect
love
of it.
intimidating men. It is my number one favorite thing to do.
Excellent. Excellent.
So coming, both of you, Ashu and Rochelle, both of you are you're from the corporate world and you are from the fashion world, which is quite corporatized now. My question to you is, that we women always face that invisible bias. Either you're too strong or you're too soft. So how have you navigated that area in your journey?
Would you like to answer first? You know, I say this about myself. I'm a doer, not a dweller. I don't think too much, and perhaps that's a bad thing in some cases. But in my experience, people will always have something to complain about. Either you're too, as you said, you're too soft, you're too strong. If you are told you're too strong and you try to get softer, then they'll say, oh, look, she's...
Yeah, she's a
there's
sissy.
always a narrative that's being built, and I don't think it's being built just about women. I think women internalize it more. I think men have shorter memories, and they don't.
That's true. We overthink. We
overthink. We
Continuously,
internalize.
there is another parallel thinking going on.
Exactly. And we try to read human behavior because we have always been taught to collaborate, which is one of the great strengths of being a woman.
Absolutely.
But we also, in that collaboration, are constantly trying to psychoanalyze everyone else around us and accommodate them. And I just feel like if people are going to complain anyway, then you give them something to complain about. Like, be successful, do the things you want to do, and then they'll complain, or you will achieve success and they'll praise you.
So yeah, you stopped yourself from being affected by it, and you just go on.
No, I wouldn't say I'm not affected by it, but I think I have now been able to control the depth to which I'm affected by it. I think before, when I was a younger leader, it was a lot more paralyzing, and I would agonize over it, and I would try to figure out how can I make this one person happy. And now I realize my primary responsibility is to the role, and you have to be empathetic, and you have to be a clear communicator, and you have to not bring your daily struggles to the job. You kind of try and have a balanced...
You struck a balance somewhere.
It is a continual effort.
Absolutely.
I don't
Work
think
in progress,
that ever
always.
changes. But I think the level to which I allow external factors to affect my balance, my internal balance, is definitely improved.
Ashu.
So, the truth is that from an EQ perspective, women are right at the top. And what comes with EQ is constant analysis of every situation, of every person. And the reality is that as many people who cross your path, as many views. So there are two ways to look at EQ. One is to die with the emotion and anger that she said, he said, they said. The other is to take it on board and say that it's my life and it's our life when it is the family, and our when it is the organization. So when you draw that, firstly you take out a lot of the chatter around you. You narrow it down to the chatter that matters. Because if you do that, you're drawing some boundaries to this crazy, invisible bias that otherwise you can totally get consumed with. And in my life and in my career, I want to admit that there is one part that I haven't been able to conquer, which is this constant guilt of not being the best mom, the best wife, the best daughter, daughter-in-law. Because I look around and say, oh, but, she actually came to this meeting, parents-teachers meeting, before, waited to chat or was at the gate, and I come to the gate to pick up my children like once a month. And then, you know, somebody will tell you, and a lot of people make this sound, right? She doesn't care. And, you know, even today, and I'm a grandmother today, okay? I'm a grandmother to a 1-year-old girl. And I can't believe it. I'm on this guilt trip even today to say I'm seeing her only twice or thrice a week. And I hate it.
That you're aware of it.
No,
and you hate it.
I hate the fact that I'm not doing everything. The nanny is also playing a role. So the nanny gets very jealous of the nanny. But the beautiful thing in this constant guilt trip that I am on is it keeps me very grounded and allows me to enjoy every moment with my family, with my team. And I've learned one thing, and this has come from my mom and my husband. They say that the best thing to do, you know, when you're late for something, you haven't done it, is to announce कि मैं late हो गई, मैं आज ये नहीं कर पाई. So, you know, it's a great way to conquer that invisible bias and actually invite camaraderie. Because when you yourself say ये तो मैंने किया नहीं, then कोई और क्या बोलेगा? Correct?
So basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to give a lot of credence and weight to the saying that it takes 100 men to build an encampment, but 1 woman to make a home.
And I think if you can build a beautiful home, then a beautiful organization naturally comes.
It's a corollary to that, a natural corollary to that.
And you know, the biggest role women play on this earth is that one of nurturing. And I'm so glad that this concept of EQ is there, because actually it's nothing but nurturing. But, you know, we have to be corporate, right?
Okay.
So,
Great. Arundhati, now a question to you. It's a little different. This book, the title itself, The Gallery of Upside Down Women. I mean, where, you know, there are phrases like, you know, you talk of raw, rugged, and untamed femininity. You know, it kind of, I had goosebumps, and I still love reading those poems. Like the last line of this poem is from Questions for Akka Mahadevi. It says, go skinny dipping in yourself. That's one line. And the other one is the husband talking to the wife. That is that girl from Kariyakkal. You know, these are very, very strong and beautiful women that you're talking of. What moved you to write them? And also, what did you want your readers to unlearn or see from them?
What a wonderful question. Thank you for that reading of the book as well, Payal.
It's a pleasure, and it's a feast for a woman.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You know, I realized about 8 to 10 years ago that while I had spent a great deal of my writing life writing about the sacred in one way or the other, the Buddha, Sadhguru, an entire anthology of bhakti poetry, and so on, a question that for me remained unanswered was, where are the women? Where on earth are the women? And I realized when it came to sacred poetry that there's a handful of women that we know about in this subcontinent. We all know of Mirabai, for instance. Or we know of Akka Mahadevi in the south, we know of Andal. But even these women, Payal, have been flattened into calendar art. They've been flattened into plaster sainthood. We don't see them as women with bodies. We don't see them as women with hungers.
Yes.
We don't see them as women with hormones.
Yes.
We just see them as these ethereal sprites who are looking beatifically heavenward. That's how we see them, looking up at God.
That we use in India.
That's
Baby.
right. That's right. And yet our Devis, the actual Devis in iconography and in our mythologies, are complex, deeply alive figures.
Yes.
So part of my project in the past 10 years was about reclaiming the danger in these voices, listening to them afresh. If you actually hear Mirabai, again, go into the poems, not necessarily the songs that we're all familiar with where she speaks of being, you know, a puddle of servitude at the feet of Krishna. But there's also spine in these poems. The same Mirabai is also capable of telling this little bird, I'll tear off your wings, I'll rub salt in your beak if you don't bring my lover to me now. That kind of urgency, that kind of ferocity, it helped me realize that really what brings all these very diverse women mystics together is the fact that they are lovers of freedom, above
Absolutely.
all.
Yes.
Above all.
Yes.
So it was about seeing these women not just as decorative, that was one part of it. The other part of it was about reclaiming and recovering voices that I never knew existed. Legions of women from all over the subcontinent, whom we all should have grown up knowing of. They should have been part of our textbooks, but they aren't. And that became this archival project, Wild Women, and from that archival project came this book. And I just want to say, in response to what you said so beautifully just a little while ago about EQ, one of the things I learned from these very women, Payal, some of whom you quoted right now, is the fact that they are able to acknowledge this EQ as deeply empowering, not at all as a weakness, not at all as cowardice. I talked of listening earlier. You spoke of the sigh. And to my mind, what makes some of these women incredible is the fact that they consciously choose to murmur, keeping the faith that the murmur can be more powerful than the megaphone.
Correct.
And to me, that is strength too, and it's a reminder of that. And I just want to conclude, I don't want to monopolize all the time, but Sule Sankava, who's one of the women in there, whom almost no one, I'm sure, in this room even knows of. I didn't know of her. I should have known of her, but of course none of us were encouraged to tune into these voices. She's a 12th century mystic, a lover of Shiva. She's also a prostitute. And she acknowledges the body, and she acknowledges her love of the sublime, all in the same breath. So to me, that is what these women remind us of, that it's not either or. We don't have to choose between body and spirit. We don't have to choose between home and work. We choose to integrate all of this and become one great, powerful presence.
I mean, your book has definitely, it's doing that. People, please, the women here, read this book.
It's there
Please.
outside.
Yes.
It's available, and y'all can pick it up. We are offering a discount as well on that. My question to you, Ashu, and then to Rochelle. In the corporate sphere, there is a proverbial glass ceiling. And from a sigh, to a murmur, to a voice, to a crescendo, how much does that glass ceiling come in the way? And how do you navigate around that? You being born in a family of women, where women were encouraged or women were powered, is a different issue as opposed to many women who are choosing to rise up the ranks. And that's one of the perspectives that I got when I went to Kolkata to do a Cafe Pehchan, which is, you know, one of our other projects, which we, in collaboration with the cafe, the person who heads that out there by the name of Kavita Agarwal, who's our executive committee member and a chapter head, that Career After Family Enterprise. And that, you know, I've heard so many stories. In as much as I'm proud of my gender in the many things that we men can do or that we've brought to the table, it has left me grossly ashamed of the things that we ought not to be doing much, even contemplating. Now, that's a different discussion for a day, but how do you navigate that glass ceiling? And I don't want you to approach this from the perspective of born in a family of encouraged women, because that defeats the purpose here.
Yeah. It is true that there is a glass ceiling, but it's also true that it's becoming more transparent and more subtle versus in your face. Let's say when I started my career in the 80s, and then I saw the 90s, and every decade has actually done quite a bit to move the needle forward. So there are three aspects to this glass ceiling. One is at home. And the fact that not just corporate India, but the whole world has what is called either a missing middle or a leaky bucket, which is you hire near equal women at entry level, and by the time, it's AVP, VP, it's half, and when you get to the top, it's like single digits, 8, 9, 10%, depending on what you look at. And the singular biggest reason for that is maternity. Because, there is the guilt trip at home. I mean, I've been through it. I've put in my papers, first pregnancy, second pregnancy, and then being hauled up by my manager to say, what do you mean? You have to come back to work. Or my husband saying, but it's not true for everybody. And that is where, the next wave of socio-cultural change is needed. Where there has to be acknowledgement that a marriage is a husband and a wife, a home is a mother and a father, bringing up children are both parents, because when it becomes the job of both, then the woman has the ability to stay the course. Otherwise, that whole
That's at
whole
home, but how do
powering
you deal with in the corporate world, in the corporate
no,
sphere?
1 minute. Now, this is where the whole corporate world has seen some change and also turned a blind eye to it. Okay, my time, maternity, if you got 3 months, you were lucky. Today, it's 6 months by law, and generally another 6 months leave without pay, etc. Most organizations, a comma date. And that's where the problem is.
True.
Because, that whole feeling that you've taken time off, it's costed the company, can hit women so badly when anyway they're emotional that they choose to leave, right? So that whole sensitization, the Vishaka case brought this sensitization
Absolutely.
at the workplace. But
Yes.
what about day-to-day sensitization to understand that this needs to be dealt with?
That is one of the reasons why out there, it's just 17% there.
Exactly.
Which is a minuscule percentage.
So middle they leave.
So my question to you here is, how should organizations, redefine leadership?
Yes. So two things. One, you have to address the leaky bucket. You can't address leadership without that. So I personally think mandatorily every organization has to have a returning mother program.
Absolutely.
Unless it's law, I've been part
not
of this.
gonna be. It's not gonna be implemented.
To work. What's the point? You give maternity break, you don't have a structured program to co-opt them back.
True.
Right? Because without that, nothing is happening. The other thing I do want to point out, that there is a structural stereotyping issue that needs to be dealt with by corporations. Somewhere in people's heads, women can do this, can't do this. Like, I moved from operations to running P&Ls, and everybody told my manager, really? You mean to say she's going to be able to generate profits? But he was a strong man and certainly had daughters. So he said, if she can contain costs, she can surely deliver profits.
Exactly.
So it is that stereotyping, and which is why leadership programs need new chapters.
And
MBA programs need chapters. Corporate leadership coaches need to rethink their playbooks, because it's all about how do you lead people. You think about the cohorts that go into designing it, 90% of the cohort is men. So where is the women's voice?
It's out there,
Right.
it's minuscule.
So,
And hence, the last thing that I want to say, all of this is extraneous, right? It's outside the women.
True.
What is very important is for our girls and for each one of us to also have that strength, that inner strength which is there to galvanize that, to say, I will take all this crap and shit and last. Because there are circumstances when you have to kind of, because there is no choice, but don't be pushed to make that choice. Have that spine and courage to be able to do that. Because, see, people like me can shout at the rooftops as we are having this conversation. But the playbooks need to change.
Correct.
And that's part of the reason through Colosa, my playbook starts with women founders on how they will hire women leaders, and also for male co-founders, how do you make sure that the play is balanced and equal, simply because there is great business sense and opportunity in bringing this together. See, when the world realizes this is a win-win and not a win-lose,
then it makes sense.
that will change.
Right. Now, my question to Rochelle, but I'll preface it with something. One of our advisory board members is HP country head Ipshita Das Gupta. And I was speaking to Ipshita once about the ethics summit, and she could not make it, but I was just talking briefly about the women empowerment part. And she had a very simplistic answer to it. And maybe it's because of her undergrad at Columbia and MBA at Harvard. But I think she's an American citizen, she's born, brought up there, etc., whatever it is. But I think she gave me a very simple answer to that. That Swapnil, women empowerment is all very good and things like that. You're doing a wonderful job. But I think one of the things, I said, intrinsically, what do you think women need to do? She told me just one thing. When you're in a corporate, just put down your head and work. And leave everything else to the meritocratic system, albeit with its failings to be there, rather than making a stereotype out of it, or rather than doing anything. Now, that's a very simplistic answer. How much do you think, from what Ashu said and what she said, I found that I accepted that answer. I may have a different view on that, but I did not want to voice it because it's just a telephonic discussion, off the cuff kind of a discussion. What do you think, Rochelle, is in the corporate sphere? Obviously, Condé Nast is a corporate organization. Given these two perspectives, which are possibly diametrically opposite, what do you think is the best way out for the women who don't have that opportunity, the way your father did ask you to play the guitar even when things were not hunky-dory?
So I'll tell you something that is quite alarming, because I travel around the country meeting young students. It's one of the things I promised myself that I would do to survive this extremely capitalist environment, is that I would find a way every day and as much as possible to sort of give back. And what I see in my office, which is full of young girls, like, many of them just out of college for the first time in their early 20s, and what I see at the colleges as well, is that women don't want to work anymore. Because I think our generation and the generation before have lied to them and told them that you can have it all and you can put your head down and work and you'll get what accrues to you. And they see that that's not true. And so many of them, and this shocks me every time, and I have a full Mona Lisa smile moment where I'm like absolutely gagged, where they'll say, yeah, I'm working, but then I just want to get married. And they don't see anything wrong with that. And I'm always like devastated. Like, what do you mean? How can you not want your independence? And they're like,
absolutely.
But look at your life. Like, you're working all the time. And, you're working really hard. And we've lied to ourselves to some degree. And we certainly are lying to them, telling them that they can have it all. And I think they've caught the lie, So they see it as an endless cycle. They see the world is on fire. They have a rather dismal view of the future, and they have realized, and I'm not saying this is true for everyone, but this is true for an alarming number of women, young women, that they realize that, you know, if life is short, and if the world is on fire, and if we don't know if we'll have potable water in the next 10 years, let me just enjoy myself. Let me get married to a rich husband and take it easy.
Then I'm a little astonished at holding this program, if that's the view.
I mean, but look
I
at
think
the,
I'll have to rephrase it.
look at the age group of the women here. Like, we're all highly accomplished women who've been doing this for decades.
Exactly.
But it would be interesting to talk to very young girls. And many of them, once they enter the corporate environment and they feel, and I know I felt that as a young person, they feel disenfranchised, or they feel like they don't have a voice. They don't think that fighting the system is worth it anymore, because everyday life has become so difficult. So anyway, that is the devastating part of it. And so I don't at all agree with whoever it was who gave you that advice.
Right.
I think it's, you know, that's what women have been doing for a long time. And, well, how many women are in positions of power?
And you know,
But I have a follow-up to that.
So,
Sure.
so no, Rochelle,
let,
to that,
let her,
you know,
let her
adding
finish,
to-
Payal, let her finish. She's
Oh,
a follow-up to
I
that.
thought she's done.
No,
Sorry.
so I thought that Ashu did a great job of explaining at a systemic level what we should do, right? And what organizations should do.
That's what I was coming to.
and
that
I'm
what
gonna-
at that level?
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about, at a personal level, what I do and what many of my peers do. And I think that it's important to speak loudly about these small changes that you can make that can have deep impact. For example, when I joined Condé Nast in this position, it is a company with possibly 70% of the staff is women. We do not have sanitary napkins available in the office. And I asked about it, and they said, oh, you know, we've never had that. So my favorite weapon sometimes is using shame, you know, to weaponizing shame. Why should we feel
Absolutely.
shame?
Yes.
Let everyone feel shame.
Yes.
Correct.
So I said, well,
Absolutely.
if Condé Nast doesn't have the budget to provide sanitary napkins, I'm happy to provide it myself. Let me know how many women there are, and I'll do it. And overnight, there were sanitary napkin machines installed in the ladies' room.
Fantastic.
So I feel like sometimes the world feels like the problems are very large and insurmountable, and they require policy, and they require changes at the governmental level, and they require all the men to come on board. But sometimes you can weaponize shame to make things happen rather quickly. And it's the simple act, I think, of having sanitary napkins in the washroom, which then makes that subject of, you know, like women, I mean, any woman here will tell you that you go around, you're like whispering, like, do you have a napkin in your bag?
Yeah,
Even talking about it, right?
Absolutely,
Even talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
it becomes something that is stripped of shame. Another thing I do is if I notice that there are, you know, women who I work with who seem to be struggling, you know, you walk up to them, you sort of maybe even offer the opportunity to commiserate and for them to share their
True,
woes.
true.
If they have a challenge, like we have a new leader in our organization, and you know, she has a very important event coming up, and I said, well, why don't we style you? Because you have so many things to worry about.
Correct.
What you wear and how you look shouldn't be one of them, because you know, I know she'll be judged for how she appears at this event. And it's a small act, and yesterday she came to me and said, thank you so much. You know, your team has been wonderful. They've just taken this entire trouble off my back. And sorry, I'm backing you. Let me just...
No issues. I'm fine.
We've taken this entire sort of niggling thing, because women still get evaluated and sort of judged for how we present ourselves, right? I said, why don't you just focus on the job and we'll take care of the
Correct.
rest. So I feel that if you are a woman leader, you have to really think about the small changes you can make on an everyday
Exactly,
basis, whether that's
exactly.
mentoring somebody, someone
True.
needs your
And
time.
on a daily basis.
On a daily basis, you notice that someone is struggling, you just walk up to them. Sometimes the very act of being seen, for these young women, they're like, oh, a leader who sits in a cabin has come up to me and spoken to me that, oh, maybe I'm doing something right, or maybe, you know, I have something to kind of...
That is the point. That open door policy actually put into practice when she comes out and talks to her underling and puts her at ease, whether it's commiseration or not, whether it's empathetic ear or not, that itself is extremely important. Because a person who's out there in the sun is more valuable than the person who sits in an air-conditioned cabin. Because that is the person who's out there motivating the people. That motivation, that support goes a long way. That's actual leadership, and that's actually powering women. You know, this is, Rochelle, this is something which really, really makes a big difference. You don't know how much of that part that you just did can make a difference.
No, I am aware because I do
Exactly, that's what I'm showing, and that shows, that's what I'm telling the audience.
Yeah.
That itself is something which is put into motion.
Thank you.
So coming from there, one advice that you would give to your younger self, the 25-year-old self. Rochelle, you seem to be younger, but so what would that advice, one leadership advice that you would give to yourself? For each one
of them, and then
each one of
we
you.
closed it. Yeah.
And then if you're closing, and what would bold, modern leadership look like in 2026? 2 questions.
I think we should start with Arundhati because I've been talking for a while.
I think the advice I'd give to myself is just this, that there is a tendency to see oneself very often in an unequal world as the victim of circumstance. There are many reasons why we need to be aware of injustice, be alert to injustice, not in any way blind ourselves to it. At the same time, it is possible to see oneself as an agent. It is possible to see oneself not as a victim. And to me, that's what draws me to the very many women I talk about. Whether it's a 14th century mystic who says, if menstrual blood makes me impure, tell me who wasn't born of that blood. To me, to know that a Dalit woman mystic of the 14th century has said this is in itself empowering, just to put that out there. And that, to me, is the strategy that I try to adopt increasingly. There have been many reasons to feel rage. I still feel it. But much more importantly for me now, and that's what I would tell my 25-year-old self, there is a way to turn the rage poem that I often want to write into an anthem. I can talk about what I want to say. I can celebrate the kind of bonding that I want to celebrate, rather than gnash my teeth endlessly over what's wrong. And God knows there is a great deal that's wrong. But that's not what I would like to focus on.
An anthem for women is on the way.
It's there in the book. There's a chai poem in the book.
I have to look at it.
Great. Okay, Ashu, yourself, please, on that. And then we close it with Rochelle.
Yeah.
there.
So, what I'd like to tell my younger self, all the young women everywhere, is be the best version of yourself every day. Look up to many role models. Take little bits from everyone, but do not copy them. You are the original.
Yes.
So why settle for a photocopy?
Yes.
Lift your head in pride because God made you, and you, there's nobody else like you. Because at a time when right from birth through to corporate life, where everybody is teaching you, do this, don't do this, appear like this, show up for meetings, prepare, loud voice, etc. I mean, you're just killing the original person.
Right.
So I think that is so, so important, because that's when the soul will stay intact.
Absolutely.
And if the soul doesn't stay intact, then, what use is the body? When I think about the future of leadership, I think the future of leadership needs to begin to acknowledge vulnerability and make it mainstream. Because unless and until vulnerability is acknowledged, you're not going to create strong teams and businesses, and certainly not gender diverse teams. And when I talk of vulnerability, it comes from awareness. And I will take 30 seconds more. The biggest awareness is about, there are equal number of men and women, so equal opportunity, even in a consumer plain banal sense, right? But because of the conflicts of so much that is wrong and continues to go wrong, I mean, you get all kinds of attacks today, unless that vulnerability is acknowledged, on what will you build strength? You don't even know the foundation of which you're going to build off.
True. Know yourself better. Yeah. Yes, Rochelle.
I think my 25-year-old self would not have listened to anything that I would deign to tell her. But not so much my 25-year-old self, but more like young people. I see we have a few of them in the room today. I think that the great joy and freedom of youth is that you're allowed to make mistakes. Nobody expects too much of you. So you can experiment. Everything is not a life-altering decision. You know, that weight that we carry often of like, everything feels so important. I would just say that cut yourself a break because it did work out. You know, I was very righteous when I was younger. I'm still righteous, but a little more strategic in my righteousness now. And I did a lot of things that, you know, perhaps in that moment, everybody around me was like, no, you should be more careful. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. And I feel like you're young. This is the great joy of being young. Your mistakes, the stakes are so low that you can get away with it. You can apologize and get away with it. You're not sitting where Ashu's sitting and an entire company could crumble if she makes a mistake. Or like me, where it would be printed for life. So, you know, enjoy your youth. Because I think when you're young, you're so eager to grow up. And then when you grow up, you're like, damn, it is not what it was cut out to be. So just have a little more fun, I would say.
Right. So I think with that, we come to a close. And I think one of the advices that I learned from my father to sum it up was that a wise man can learn much more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. And I asked him, was it Nietzsche? He said, no, it was Bruce Lee. So anyway, with that, let's end the session number 1. And I thank all of you. I think it was
all of you.
Very, very enlightening. And thank you, Rochelle, Arundhati, and Ashu. And I'll ask Prachi and Sonal to come up on stage along with Payal to give
A lot of
goodie
takeaways.
bags.
Thank you.
A lot of takeaways, of course, no question about it. Like every other CFBP program of ours, we try to, yes, and thanks to Payal for curating this seminar. You know, no, I mean, she's patting her own back, but I would like to do that because, you know, the topics of panel 1 and panel 2 were decided by her. And trust me, I would not have been able to do the way she did it. Please have some music. Have some music. The claps are replacing the music. Right here. You have to give it to Ashu. Ashu Suresh. चेयर लेके जाओ यहाँ से, सिर्फ हम दोनों का चेयर होना चाहिए. ये 3 चेयर ले लो. इसमें हम दोनों का चेयर होना चाहिए. Excuse me, everyone. Please, I request you all to sit. Take a seat. We have to start this session now. You can have your coffees, and please, we'll have to start the session. Yatri, Kiran, Nikitsha, please, we'll start the second session. We are already running late by about 20 minutes. And all the students of Atlas, please have a seat. सिर्फ 2 चेयर अभी. Like the first one. Come. Yeah, you should. Yeah, she's. Arundhati is marvelous. All right, all the women, please, all the audience, please come forward. All the Atlas students, please have a seat. We are starting the session. You all can have your coffees later.
You can sit and have your coffee. People, you can sit and have your coffee. Should I start into? So, I have the privilege to introduce a person I just got to know, but she's become very dear to me. So that's Anindita. Anindita Ghosh. Is it Ghosh or Ghosh? Ghosh, because here it's E. Okay. Ghosh. Anindita Ghosh is an author, editor, journalist, and communications consultant based in Bombay, where she arrived as a newborn and still lives. She is the author of the best-selling novel, The Illuminated, which was named amongst the best books of 2021 in the Indian press by Times of India, The Telegraph, The Vogue, and others. Upon its UK publication in 2023, BBC Radio 4 said it gives voice to a new generation. The only city, Bombay, in 18 stories, an anthology of short stories edited by her, is out now by HarperCollins India. Most recently, Anindita led strategic communications for a global social impact consultancy. In her 15-year stint as a journalist, she has been the author of the award-winning Saturday magazine, Mint Lounge, and the features, director of Vogue India. I think I read that a little incorrectly. Okay, editor, not director. And it's written like that over here. Her writing across art, culture, books, food, travel, and wellness has appeared in The Guardian, The Times, The Caravan, Index for Censorship, Esquire, oh my God, it's going on and on, Kingfolk, Vogue, Condé Nast Traveler, and the Hindu Literary Review, among other publications. Anindita has a master's degree in arts journalism from Columbia University and a master's in linguistics from the University of Mumbai. In 2019, she was awarded the Hawthornden Writing Fellowship in Scotland. So everyone, please welcome Anindita. A pleasure and a privilege.
No, that's okay. It doesn't matter. They'll all come. They're just having the tea, coffee. I think the people who are having tea and coffee, can I please request them to come here and have a seat, please? You all can have your tea, coffee, but please have with your glasses in your hand. You all can come here. And can I request somebody from Taj to just clear this? Anindita, you, obviously these are used glasses. Excuse me. Somebody from Taj can come here, please, and change these glasses. Can you please change these glasses? My glass is fine here, but these two glasses need to be changed. Just put a new glass here for her. And can I request everybody who's having that tea and coffee out there to please come over here? Thank you. They're all there, but they've gone to the loo and they're coming back. I don't expect Rochelle to be there, of course. She didn't. She had to run. She had office. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. Some of the key people are here. That's what matters. All right. I'll start the session. And, one of the things about Anindita was that we were at the quorum, Payal and I, and she was obviously showcasing her book, The Illuminated, which is there outside. I strongly recommend that anybody who wants to have a deep insight into everyday things, but put in a very, very different way, put in a very, very singularly important way that concerns all of us, and very humanely put. And I have a few questions out of that as well, but because, I do understand quite a bit of Bengali as well, and there's a lot of Bengali culture reflected in that. And some of it I do figure, and that's very much common and normal with all of us, in our own households, but there are one or two things. But other than that, I think apart from the Bengali culture aspect, there are more important things that I'm sure Anindita wants to talk about. And her book is The Illuminated. This was a debut novel, which is there outside, and then she's just recently come out. She was actually showcasing the book at Quorum, which is called The City, The Only City, where she talks about 17 to 18 short stories, including one of hers. It's an anthology of stories. You normally see an anthology of poems. The anthology of stories it's quite interesting, though. Now, since, Illuminated is something which was your debut novel, Anindita, my first question to you is, why did you write this novel? Was it a decision or a desire to have a broader canvas about your views, your ideas, your philosophy, your deep felt emotions, that you thought that will not suffice in, say, 50 pages, but I think I need to go over 300?
Okay, firstly, Swapnil, I'm really happy to be here. I really enjoyed the previous panel. Sometimes multi-people panels can get a bit disorienting, but I felt that I was able to hear Arundhati, Ashu, and Rochelle all share their thoughts, so well moderated. I think I can hear Arundhati speak solo for 2 hours.
Same here.
But the glimpse...
So we did a lot of injustice to her.
But the glimpse, even what she spoke in that panel, it's really stayed with me. This is Literature Festival season, so I've been doing the rounds, and I've just returned from the Kolkata Literature Meet and the the Kerala Literature Festival. So this is a rather different audience to address. So to answer your question, I think I'll start by just outlining the book a little bit. Though that's the thing that authors really don't like to do. They don't like to introduce their book. But for this audience, which I feel might not be very familiar with a novel that was out 5 years ago, I'll just briefly tell them what The Illuminated is about, and then get to your question. So The Illuminated is essentially a story of a mother and daughter, and their journey to find their own light. So they are the illuminated. I was using a lunar scheme. So the chapters are named after moon phases. And the idea that in the patriarchal system, particularly in Asia, and more strongly in India, the sun, the man, is the center of the solar system around which everyone else revolves like an insignificant planet. So the women are the moon and the men are the sun, and the women reflect the sun's light because they draw their identity from the male who is the center. So the men in the book are named after the sun. The women are named after the moon and stars.
and the man, Robi Malik, who is a very successful architect, and he's a good man. He's not a villain by any means. And yet, often men, just by their very existence, tend to take up all the oxygen in the room. So I wanted to explore what happens when the sun is eclipsed. So Robi Malik very conveniently drops dead on page 1 of the book. It's not a spoiler because it happens on page 1. And then it's the journey of Shashi and Tara towards exploring their own identity without reflecting what it means to be the wife or a daughter of this successful, gregarious, larger-than-life man. So your question, I will get to it now.
That itself was the question, that what made you, and I get the point that you wanted to go, this is something which you said cannot be encapsulated in 50 pages. You cannot write a novella or a short story. You have to go on a bigger canvas where you go into the characterization of each particular character with vivid detail and things like that. And one of the things that fascinated me was, the book that I have has got your signature and it says, have you seen the moon today? Okay? Now, and then you have your chapters beginning with last quarter, new moon, then you have something called as the full moon, the illuminated in between, and half moon and things like that. My question to you is, I understand the point that you said that you wanted to give a lunar sort of a complexion to it, and where women are the moon and in different phases of it. But each particular chapter, and I'm somewhere in half moon, I'm reading it line by line. Normally I tend to gloss over these kind of things and I finish in about 2.5 hours, the entire novel. But I'm going through everything because I don't want to miss a single line of it. Because, there is a way that you're thinking, there is a way that you're putting about college life, there is a way that you're writing everything, and you're building up the character of that person gradually. So that character is growing over me. Like a very, very, it may be a very odious, stupid comparison, but like the basmati rice which you have, your biryani growing up over you, with all its scent and odor, beautiful smell rather, not odor, but beautiful smell coming out. So, every single characterization coming through too, like that. With half moon, or say with new moon, or with the last quarter, are you trying to say that in this particular sub-chapter, the people are at the last quarter, or the people are at the half level of evolution or of their own personality, or is it just looking at the moon phases?
Nothing is ever just for a writer.
All right.
I got pretty serious about the lunar analogy as I was working on the book.
Right.
A novelist that I really admire, Jonathan Franzen, said that writing that isn't an author's exploration into the unknown, terrifying exploration into the unknown, is not worth anything other than money. And I truly believe that, as you work on a novel, and I spent 5 years on it, it's your own exploration. The idea of the moon phases was the state of illumination that the character was at that time. So the last chapter is, towards the end there is full moon. Yeah, the name of the chapter is reflecting where they are. Are they reassessing things? Are they going towards their goal? Are they waning? Are they dwelling in their interiority?
Right. And would you describe this novel of yours as some sort of a novel? Somehow, just as, people don't now seem to resonate with the word women empowerment. They want to use the word powering women, as Ashu said. Not I'm going to take that seriously and try to shift because, we have a certain IP developed with this kind of a thing. But feminism by itself seems to have at times negative connotations. And knowing you well enough beyond the confines of your book, since you and I have interacted quite a bit, you don't come across as that bitter, disenfranchised woman at all. And none of your characters in this book, so far from what I've read, about 200 pages, 150 or so that I've read, reflect that part. I mean, they don't sound, pushed to the wall and things like that. But there is a next question that I will want to ask, depending upon the answer that you give to this question.
I certainly don't see feminism as a dirty word. I think it is what you make of it. But I was conscious, to answer your question. I feel very often books about women or books with empowered women characters paint men to be these 2D cardboard villains. There are no extreme events in the book. There is no domestic violence. There aren't women being suppressed from, overtly suppressed from working or studying what they choose to. They aren't being stopped from wearing what they want to. They aren't being prevented from travel. So all these outward markers that we see as, women's oppression, it's not there. The women are rather privileged in every way in terms of the socioeconomic privilege, their caste, class. Shashi, the mother, is doing a master's in philosophy from Jadavpur University. Her daughter is studying Sanskrit poetry. She's doing a PhD. And that was what I was interested in, that, there could be women of privilege, women born with all the markers of external privilege that we see as privilege, who are still not allowed or who still are not aware of their whole light. And it's because of the presence of this very harsh solar light that the lunar light is diminished. So the idea is, if you take that solar light away, does the moon shine its own light? So that was very important to me, to not reduce men to these cardboard cutouts. And Robi Malik and the other men in the book are in no ways inherently evil. They are products of a certain generation. They are sons of mothers who told them that they are the most important being to walk the earth. Robi Malik's mother kind of walks out every day with a plate, rushing to feed her grown son. And then when he gets married or when he has children, he expects the same kind of devotion from them. Shashi Malik has lived her entire life thinking she has had a wonderful marriage to a wonderful man. And she's happy, she's not bitter. It's just that after her husband's death, and she's not very old, she's in her late 50s, after her husband's death, there are small episodes that return to her. In the previous panel, the panelists spoke about how everything doesn't need to be a big action. Sometimes there are micro actions. It's these minor things that come to her that kind of bring to her mind that perhaps she's not as empowered as she thought she was. And for me, that self-exploration of the characters was very interesting as a novelist.
Right. And a follow-up question. I mean, and that when I was reading it, Anindita, it really kind of picked me in that sense that, you're talking about, women need to wear bangles, where an elderly person is telling that a married woman has to wear bangles. And then somewhere you're describing that a woman is walking in a way where her buxom self and her big derriere needs to show, or it needs to be shown. And these are these typical chauvinistic stereotypes that you are subtly referring to. When I'm reading line by line, and I kind of read back that whole page. When I said that, is Anindita trying to tell me something by this? That look, you idiots, you're, in a way, you're not referring to any man there, but, you're describing it in a third person where you're saying through a woman or through an elderly person. So was it a subconscious choice or a conscious one at that you are trying to say that, look, this is there, in the entire culture of ours, or, where women are objectified in a certain manner, and this is not always, this is all, resonates in Bengali culture as well, because a lot of things are Bengali here, and, many things, and since you're a Bengali, obviously, you're trying to get into vivid detail. So is it something which you're seriously trying to scuttle through this and say that, look, you don't have these things, that a woman can be as beautiful without those descriptions that I gave earlier?
So both the sections that you're referring to, the lensing is on the male character at that time. So it's from the man's point of view. It's like in stand-up comedy. If you make a bald joke, you make a joke about balding men to an audience with men with hair, it doesn't really land, it doesn't really hit.
Exactly.
Nobody is offended.
True.
When you make a joke about balding to a balding man, that's when the comedy
thing
is on
yes,
edge.
exactly.
So these are everyday realities. This is how we view women. And when that's written out in such explicit detail, I hope that that strikes a nerve.
It did.
And both the characters that you speak about, interestingly, I feel no one's asked me about them because they are so minor. They really think they are happy and empowered, and that's what was amusing to me. They in no way think that they've got the short end of the stick. They are talking about how happy they are. And yet for a reader, I imagine when they are reading it, like you'll see that something is off. So the first lady who we are describing, you know, in the sari and the flowers in her hair, is the wife of the dean of the university, Dean Patnaik. And they are hosting a dinner for the students. And she only appears in those few pages. So I'm very surprised, Swapnil, that you have, you know, kind of zoomed in on that. But she speaks about how in Dean Patnaik's previous posting, where they were in a larger city, she used to teach. But now that she's here in this small university town, and you know, she's in the campus in Mysore, she's the dean's wife, and she has so many important responsibilities, such as hosting these dinners, that obviously she doesn't have time to teach. And the character doesn't seem to mind that. And I wanted to outline that so that other readers would wonder, you know, what's happening.
See, one of the things, Arindita, is when I do things for the audience, I don't just you know, do it just because I want to do it. And when I want you on this platform with me, this whole thing is an extension of you. It's you out there in all its manner, in all its characterizations, whether defeated, out there, living it, winning it, conquering the world, attempting to conquer the world, attempting to tempt a man, attempting to be chased by a man, rather than chasing the man. Every single aspect of yours is there. It's out there. So I will read the way I want to read it, because not from the fact that I'm going to just interview you a couple of days later or somewhere, but I want to read it because in some form, it tells me a lot about the person that I was impressed with. So I want to see in the writing, I want to see that, I hope, and more often than not, when you meet the so-called celebrities, when you meet the so-called people who've made such a deep impact to people's lives, you are disappointed because they are not themselves there. Somewhere they've lost that along the way. So, you know, that's why I take a lot of interest in trying to see that, you know, whether this person matches what she's writing, what she's trying to convey. So, you know, now you've held, some would argue that, you know, when they read this, they say, you know, Anandita is talking about some sort of a utopian world, you know, where everything is hunky-dory, people are all beautiful, where there is sun and moon and shade and sun, I mean, or shade and light and things like that. But
that's only towards the end of the book we move towards a utopia. It's only towards the end.
Exactly. So do you think that there is, do you think that when you write something like this, you're looking to give a roseated view of things, or are you trying to say that, you know, there is a pot of gold at the end of the tunnel, or, you know, there is a rainbow after, you know, dark rain or things like that? Are you trying to tell people that, or you just want to experience things for themselves?
So Shashi Malik is a student of Hegel, and we say that that's what her master's degree.
And Hegel was not one of those very optimistic people, so let's put it that way.
But Hegel did say that if the tree is bent this way and you want to bring it to the center, you have to bend it all the other, you know, the whole way, so that it can bounce back to the center. So sometimes actions have to be radical. And things for women have been so wrong for so long that some radical action is needed. The utopia that you speak about, interestingly, I was inspired by an article that I read, because I was a journalist for 15 years. I was so surprised. I came upon this article in 2017, that said that K.C. Rekha becomes India's first lone licensed fisherwoman. And I said, we see fisherwomen all the time. You know, I grew up in Bombay. You see Koli women. How can she be the first? And she was in Kerala. But the practice in the fishing community everywhere is because, you know, the time you go out fishing, early in the morning, it's dark and dangerous. Boats also needed brute power. Back in the day, they weren't powered. So men went out deep sea fishing, and the women's role was taking it to the market when the men came back, got drunk, and was sleeping. The women helped mending the nets. So there was a division of labor in some way. But the division of labor was not necessarily equitable and doesn't necessarily translate to the world we live in today, because the boats are powered. Women can very well go out. Women are far more alert in the morning. So I was very surprised that this is the first licensed fisherwoman. Since this is a council for fair business practices, and you know, I'm sure your other panels and conversations are about business practices and business acumen, in my book, a kind of woman, fisherwoman inspired by K.C. Rekha exists, called Meenakshi. And she, encouraged by her husband, who realized that she's the better fisherwoman, becomes so powerful in the fishing trade. And we know how powerful business is. So through her business acumen, she gains political acumen. And all the political leaders want to co-opt her. When she realizes, I needn't be a spokesperson for someone else, I'm going to stand for my own. And they are carving out this kind of utopian feminist state. She's not using those words. She's not using the words feminism. But this utopian state where women are allowed to run businesses, because they weren't in the fishing community in her context, where women are running the show and the men are allowed to reconnect with their true nature, which means they are reading poetry, they are doing pottery, they are kind of calming down a bit. That's where the inspiration came from a real life woman. Of course, it's a utopia. Meenakshi also says she doesn't hate men. The men are not banned from the state. There's just a very radical redivision of labor and power. It's also an entirely women-run parliament. And to many readers, because now it's been 5 years, this year Illuminated marks 5 years, and it's been published abroad in that period. To many readers, this sudden turn from what was a literary novel towards speculative fiction was a bit sudden. It was a bit of a jolt. And I acknowledge that it's a bit of a jolt. But I was just going with Hegel. I think sometimes you need a jolt to realize why not. Everything Meenakshi is saying exists already in the world somewhere. Everything Meenakshi is saying exists. They are talking about a reservation for men now in the all-women parliament.
Right.
And for readers, that might come across as so absurd. But we talk about reservations for women in all-men boards and all-men parliaments. Why have we not thought of that as absurd?
Exactly, exactly.
So it is meant to be utopian. It's a stretch, but it's not meant to be farcical. It's meant to make us rethink that we've been reading it the other way around all this while and normalized it. So why is this abnormal to you now?
Okay, I'm sure you'll have great opportunities. Since you're a communications consultant, great opportunities for corporate speaking as well and things like that as time unfolds. Once people get to know that part of yours more so. Last question: after the Illuminated and the Only City, what more in terms of literature or a literary endeavor do we expect of Anandita?
Oh, I'm working on my next novel.
Any secrets out from that, or it's all hush-hush?
No, I can talk about how it's about a very successful female artist. I feel very often stories about artists are about the struggle.
Right.
And I wanted to write about the unmaking of an artist. And I just knew it had to be a female artist, because why does your idea or the trope of a successful artist have to be a man? So it's about a very successful female artist who is turning 40. She's won all the awards for, the 40 under 40 lists, all the fellowships and honors in the world. She's confronting aging, success, the meaning of art, and she's turning 40. So that's the next.
Superb. Well, I get the hang of it, and I'm looking forward to that. And one of the things, I want to tell people just about when I'm to end this, that Anandita has a very, very a beautiful view of the world around her. I think, I don't know whether it's I'm because in that profession where I have, where I end up seeing many things that I'm not supposed to see, or, I was opportuned or fated to see and tell people to be out of the world. But not that I have a cynical view of the world or a very jaundiced view of the world, but, it takes Payal a lot to, tell me that, there is, there are flowers, and, if you want to smell the flowers, you have to bear the thorns. And of course, she puts it very succinctly and nicely, but she's not here right now. She just stepped out. But, Anandita has got a great ability to internalize any of the vicissitudes in life, any of the vicissitudes, anything. And she does not get mortified by it. She does not get straddled to the wall. She embraces it with equanimity, with grace, and the poise that you are seeing on the platform, and comes out of it. And she very nicely puts it as a jolt from Hegel, or Hegel, the way you pronounce it. He was one of the great German philosophers, and leaves you with a very, very positive viewpoint that life is to be lived and not is a destination to be arrived at all the time. Thank you, Anandita.
Thank
it was
you,
a pleasure
Swapnil.
having
You were
you.
very generous. If I may, I want to add one
Sure.
line. I know
Please.
that we are running over time,
Sure.
but I felt I must speak to the title of the panel, which was about how fiction can help us create a more equal world. As a journalist and an editor, I was often asked, why fiction? And what can you say with fiction that you can't in journalism? And I see journalism as dealing with facts, which it should, at least good journalism should. It's not true all the time now. But fiction deals with truth. And in the black and white world that we live in today, where we are so quick to judge, so quick to cancel, other people's actions and not introspect, I believe fiction can help us inhabit, it helps us inhabit characters without judgment. Reading a good novel with strong female characters who are making radical choices for a young woman, I think is far more impactful than reading those, biographies of 30 women written for teen girls, which you can find on Wikipedia anyway.
True.
So when you live with a novel that also the novelist has lived with, for years, and you live with it for the few weeks, it seeds itself deeper in your brain. So as a novelist, I will ask even very hardcore business folks to read more fiction,
Yes.
rather than just the self-help
books.
books and the corporate books, because I think it can help you get closer to the truth.
Well, thank you, Anandita. And I think I can just call up Jalpa. Why don't you come up on stage? We'll just give Anandita her goodie bag.
Hello, everyone. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce today's esteemed panelist. So let me begin with something very beautiful. Om Sahana Vavatu, Sahana Bhunattu, Sahviryam Karavavahe. It means, may we be protected together, nourished together, and grow in strength together. This ancient Sanskrit verse beautifully reminds us that true progress, whether in health, leadership, or society, has never been a solo journey. It has always been a collaborative, shaped by both men and women working together. So, hi everyone. I'm Dr. Yatri Thakur, a homeopathic wellness physician, mental health expert, practicing in Mumbai over 2 decades. In my clinical practice, I engage closely with individuals, couples and families, especially women and children, navigating emotional stress, hormonal imbalance, and chronic health conditions. One insight has consistently stood out through these years. When men move from being silent observers to conscious allies, health and healing accelerates at home, at work, in relationship, and across societies. So today's panel discussion is exactly that, men as allies. And therefore, without taking more of your time, I would like to introduce our panelists for today. So let me first introduce Payal Kothari. She is an executive committee member and curator of Women Empowerment Summit, a big, yeah? So should I give your, yeah? Sure. Yes. So let me introduce one of the panelists. He's a Padma Shri Madhur Bhandarkar, filmmaker and national awardee. Maverick filmmaker Madhur Bhandarkar is one of the most critically acclaimed and commercially successful filmmakers in India. Known for his realistic and hard-hitting films, he has directed several box office hits. We all have heard about it, such as Chandni Bar, Page 3, Corporate, Traffic Signal, Fashion, Heroine, Indu Sarkar, and his latest OTT hit, Bubbly Bouncer and India Lockdown. His films have made a profound impact on society and garnered global recognition from film audience around the world. With 5 national awards and a Padma Shri award to his name, he is an exceptionally talented filmmaker. Please welcome Madhur Bhandarkar. A big round of applause. The next panelist, Dr. Sunil Dutt, President, Devices and Sales, Reliance Jio Infocom Limited. Mr. Sunil Dutt is one of India's most respected and accomplished business leaders in the technology and telecommunication sector, currently serving as President of Devices and Sales at Reliance Jio Infocom Limited, a role he has held since 2014. Over a remarkable career spanning 4 decades, Mr. Dutt has been a relentless force behind India's digital empowerment journey, democratizing access to cutting-edge mobile technology and pioneering inclusive distribution models that have bridged the urban-rural divide. Widely acknowledged as a transformative leader, Mr. Dutt has led some of the world's most iconic technology companies in India, including Samsung, BlackBerry, HP, Nokia, and now Jio. From democratizing mobile phone adoptions with Nokia ushering in the smartphone era during his leadership as Samsung and BlackBerry to catalyzing the largest digitally mobility movement with Jio's 4G smartphones and feature phone revolution, his career reflects a deep and sustained commitment to India's progress and digital self-reliance. Mr. Dutt's legacy is not only one of corporate excellence, but of national significance. He has played an indispensable role in connecting Bharat to India, bringing affordable technology to the remotest corners of the country, and transforming the way over 1 billion Indians communicate, transact, and grow. Let's just give him a big round of applause, welcoming Dr. Dutt. The last panelist for this session, Kiran Srivastava, Executive Committee Member.
She's a co-moderator. She's not a panelist. She's moderator.
Okay. She's a moderator, sorry. So Kiran Srivastava is an entrepreneur and marketing and branding expert known for building meaningful, high-impact brand narratives. With a career spanning diverse industries, she has strategically handled and shaped over 50 brands, helping businesses define identity, sharpen positioning, and connect authentically with their audiences. Her strength lies in combining creative visions with sharp market insight, allowing her to decode consumer behavior and translate it into powerful brand strategies. Today, Kiran is selectively focused on a single, large-scale brand, bringing deep attention, strategic clarity, and long-term vision to its growth and evolution. A dreamer with discipline, Kiran believes in differentiated strength rather than comparison. Her personal philosophy, men and women are not equal, they are different, shapes her leadership style and worldview. In love with life is a mantra reflected in a passion, optimism, and originality she brings to every endeavor. Please give her a big round of applause. Thank you.
So, hi everyone. I have the pleasure and privilege of co-moderating this panel with Kiran. I'll directly go to you, Madhur, first, with beautiful films like Corporate, Fashion, which are like iconic films, and it changed the way women are portrayed in this society. You know, when you made these iconic films, what was your core intent when you made these films? You know, what was the impact that you were trying to create, Madhur?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great honor to be on this distinguished panel. Like, you asked me this question very interestingly, how I started. Kiran to knows me, my story. And I just feel that in our society, in our country, there are lots of issues of from the woman point of view, which never been made or people don't want to make. You know, maybe because of the financial thing or because of the economics, because they feel that women-centric cinema doesn't resonate so much in our country like a male-centric cinema. So, but obviously, I also, in fact, I made first debut film, a movie called Tri Shakti, like with 3 actors and commercial pot boiler with all the ingredients like jo masala film ma hota hai. And it took time in making and it didn't do well and it just came and flopped very badly. And I think it was, for me, it was in my destiny to be a woman-centric cinema filmmaker. And then the journey started with my movie Chandni Bar. And Chandni Bar, one movie which resonated across the India, in fact, across the globe, I would say. People have loved it so much because of the performance of Tabu, the way the topic was, nobody has seen that world. बहुत ही interesting world था वो. And 2001 में, that picture was, I mean to say, nominated by among all the big stalwarts of cinema that time. With that film like Dil Chahta Hai, Gadar, Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, and you know, all these movies के साथ वो picture was there, and Lagan also. So it became that one force for me to do women-centric cinema. That was a push which really got me from Chandni Bad, Satta, Page 3, Corporate, Fashion, Heroine, all these movies like, you know, that really gave me a push, and I'm very happy with it. I have not made so much of money because they say women-centric cinema में ज़्यादा पैसे.
तुम्हारी कमाई जो है वो अलग कमाई है.
हाँ तो
सब कुछ पैसे में नहीं ना पा जाता.
नहीं मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको, पब्लिक को पता चलना चाहिए, पब्लिक को पता चलना चाहिए.
हमारे लिए वो बहुत बड़ी बात है, आपके लिए भी बहुत बड़ी बात है.
तो या आई जस्ट फेल्ट इट कि मुझे लगा कि इस तरह का सिनेमा बनाना चाहिए. बहुत लोग ने कहा कि तुम मेल सेंट्रिक सिनेमा बनाओ, फीमेल सेंट्रिक क्यों बनाते हो. मुझे लगता है जैसे आई एम वेरी कंफर्टेबल. मुझे लगता है आई रिसर्च अ लॉट. वट एवर फिल्म्स आई डू, आई रिसर्च अ लॉट. आई मीट लॉट ऑफ पीपल, आई इंटरेक्ट विद पीपल एंड उनकी साइकी पकड़ता हो. Like a lot of people say, the Madhur, the way you know women-centric cinema तुम बनाते हो, इतना nuance जाते हो, इतना detailing में जाते हो, वो कोई नहीं जाता. But I think that's my USP.
Okay, that's wonderful. Coming to you, Sunil, you had a stint in the corporate world. I mean, stint is a very long stint, a long career spanning across many decades. And, you know, in the corporate sphere, you've been with BlackBerry and then Samsung and now Jio. And you gave the phones to the masses. Now, you know, I wanted to ask you, you know, about the proverbial glass ceiling in the corporate world. Have you, as a man, have been an ally in your journey to women in this entire career spanning? And could you also highlight your journey on that?
That's very interesting what you asked, because the glass ceiling, as you know, it had been a reality for quite some time, and I would also say it was a reality because the vintage which requires to break that glass ceiling had not had so many women coming up and being able to break it. But since the time all that changed and they started off, I see now it is changing a lot. Personally, from the very beginning, I have never been able to differentiate between my team members, whether they are women or they are men. And I have been equally supportive and equally demanding of both. If I was to dare say, you know, a lot of people used to feel that, you know, what would women do in sales functions? When I was at Nokia, the 3 of my best area sales heads were women.
Oh, fantastic. So it's been totally merit-based at your end. You've not looked as people or individuals as man or woman.
I never looked at them as a differentiator because I felt that if you have the potential to have come up to that level and to have got selected for that position, you have it within you to be able to deliver. And I'm talking about this way back in 2004, 4, 5, 6, 7. They were the best performers. And I'm not saying because of a gender bias, but they were, and I could get that because of the market feedback which used to come. Having moved on from that time onwards, I think it's a lot to do with the organization culture. It is a lot to do with the inherent historical biases or the lack of them, which determine whether those women are going to be breaking the glass ceilings or not. Good part is, with all the transparency coming in, and I would say that, you know, from the last 10 years or more, when the digital technology has taken over so much in our lives, it has only added towards increasing that transparency for everybody. And now that opportunity has become equal for all. So if there was somebody who was sitting in a small town or a village of this country,
right,
and doing something earlier, that was never known. Today, it's not just about the glass ceilings and the boardrooms. It's also about women in the villages who are making a difference to the lives of the families over there. So what they are doing, how they are contributing to the household, how they have suddenly picked up what is required and what is there globally because they're connected, all of them. There's suddenly the whole
Technology has been an ally in that sense.
Yes. So now those men folk in those villages, which were earlier the whole patriarchal system and all, it's changing. It's slowly changing. And not just people like me or people in the corporate world or people like Madhur who are giving all the opportunities, but even those men over there are tending to become allies of their women folk in all parts of this country now. So it's changing, maybe slowly, but yeah, it is.
Heartening to hear that, really. Kiran, would you like to?
Yes. Hi, everyone. First of all, men and women are not equal. According to me, from 2012, I have been saying this, and I'll come to the point here. I think men and women are not equal, they are different. They're equal as humans, they're different as beings, and they're meant to complement each other. That's the thought process I'm coming from way back. Now my question to Swapnil, and before that also I want to form a base. I know Swapnil for many years, and I have been seeing Swapnil extraordinarily. You have been going all out supporting women in the team, women in the organization, getting women members. Payal is your wife, I don't know how many people know that. But treating her also equally professionally and, being very fair. But so many women members. Why do you do that? Do you do that intentionally thinking that, oh, I want to support women? Or does it come naturally to you that this has to happen? Where is that thought coming from, going all out for women all the time?
See, I think one of the things is that when I became the president in 2018, I was there, I've been there in the organization since 2014. I saw, Kiran, that it was heavily skewed in favor of men. There were more men. So I thought to myself that I think Council for Fair Business Practices will lose its meaning if it's not fair to women. And I think we have tremendously talented women who are out there looking for a platform, looking for a stage. I don't mean this stage, but stage and a platform to progress, to advance themselves, to make their voice heard. And then I consciously started bringing in women when I became the president. And now, since the past 2 to 3 years, what is happening is that the women who are there are referring naturally other women to the organization. So when I am bringing them, I am not bringing them in because they happen to be women. I am bringing them because they happen to be meritorious, because they are capable. Now, if they were men, if they were referred to as that, Swapnil, I've got somebody who will be very valuable to CFBP, और ये बंदा ये कर रहा है, वो कर रहा है, और इसको आप ले लो, so मैं उसको भी ले लूँगा. उसके gender का मुझ पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता.
No, but your base, the starting point, as you said, that you saw that there was no base
Correct.
for women, right? It started from that.
It started absolutely from that. कि अगर मैं as president हमारी जो 50% population है उसको मैं अगर promote नहीं करता हूँ, उसको एक opportunity नहीं देता हूँ, so मुझसे बड़ा hypocrite कोई नहीं है कि मैं president के position पे बैठा हूँ और जो point आपने बहुत valid बताया कि ये happens to be my wife, yes. तो दूसरी जितनी भी औरतें हैं मेरी organization में, all the other women should never have that feeling ever that platform पे बगल में यही बैठेगी, in fact सब पहले अलग बैठेगी, सब पहले बैठेगी और बाद में ये बैठेगी, वो भी मैंने नहीं किया. मैंने ये किया कि सबको इक्वल रिप्रेजेंटेशन मिलना चाहिए और मोर इंपॉर्टेंटली इसमें क्रेडिट उसको भी जाता है कि वो ये मेरी थॉट प्रोसेस समझी है. बिकॉज काफ़ी, एंड आई डोंट वांट टू नेम पीपल, मेरे कई फ्रेंड्स हैं जो मतलब काफ़ी प्रोमिनेंट लोग हैं और उनके घर में ये सारा इश्यूज रहता है कि ये इश्यूज रहते हैं कि अरे इसको प्रमोट हो गया, ये प्रमोट हो गई, वो प्रमोट हो गया, लेकिन मुझे कभी नहीं हुआ. इनफैक्ट एक बहुत बड़े फिल्म में घर पे भी ये हुआ था कि बहुत बड़ी एक्ट्रेस को लिया गया था, लेकिन उसकी बीवी जो बहुत बड़ी एक्ट्रेस है उसको बड़े पिक्चर में नहीं लिया गया था. वो फिल्म मेकर ने कभी नहीं लिया था 40 साल पहले, पर वो अलग डायनामिक्स है, मुझे उसके बारे में नहीं जाना है. वो इंटरनली क्या हुआ रहेगा, क्या नहीं हुआ रहेगा, मुझे पता नहीं है. बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे मेरे हिसाब से, और I can completely understand वो filmmaker की बात, and I can say that even with a corporate CEO who I know very well, who feels that X and Y, because वो totally merit पे जाते हैं, वो ये सोचते हैं कि नहीं इसमें ये platform सही रहेगा, ये चीज़ के लिए ये बंदी सही रहेगी, या ये सही रहेगा. मेरे लिए for example हम लोग ने जो पैनल क्यूरेट किया, टॉपिक्स पैनल ने डिसाइड किए, तो हम लोग ने ये डिसाइड किया कि कौन कौन बैठेगा इसके ऊपर. तो इसके ऊपर इसका वेट सबसे ज्यादा चलता है, बिकॉज आई विल लेट हर, बिकॉज शी इज द क्यूरेटर. मेरा खाली एक फाइनली एक पॉइंट जाता है कि हाँ भाई मेरे हिसाब से ये होना चाहिए, ये होनी चाहिए, एंड बाद में मैं छोड़ देता हूं. बाद में मैं आई विल नॉट पुट माई वेट एज द प्रेसिडेंट, बिकॉज वो अच्छा नहीं लगता है, क्योंकि हर एक एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी मेंबर जो है मेरा, वो अपने चार्ज में होना चाहिए, वो पूरे कंट्रोल में होना चाहिए. सेम वे शाइना 30-40 लेडीज को लाती है, फाइनली मैं देख लेता हूं एक बार कि सब सही है कि नहीं, बट बाद में आई डोंट इंटरफेयर. ये क्या है, इसका क्या मतलब है? नो, आप ज्यादा जानते हो कि वुमेन अचीवर कौन है.
So basically, I'm coming from a point here. So intent. It started with an intent that you want to give equal platform to women. That's very important. That's where I'm coming from.
Absolutely.
And I always have observed you being fair to everyone, not gender-based, but your intent led to this movement.
Kiran, it's now I'll answer.
Sure.
It's been a little organic. It's been quite organic for him. It has come naturally to him.
Yeah.
It's intent, yes, in that sense, yes, but very, very organically.
एंड जैसे रोशल ने बताया ना पहले पैनल में कि उसके फादर ने उसको बोला बीन्स नहीं थे तो भी कि आप गिटार खरीद लो, इवन इफ शी वाज अ गर्ल. वैसे हमारे घर में हमारे पिताजी ने हमको ये सिखाया कि औरतों का आवाज कभी बंद मत करना, नहीं तो यू आर इनवाइटिंग अ वॉल्केनो. तो वो मत करना. तो उनकी जो भी चीजें हैं आप लॉजिसाइज बाद में करो उसको कि ये लॉजिकल है, इलॉजिकल है, वो सब नहीं है, उनको बोलने दो. सो इट्स लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे मधुर की पिक्चर अगर आप पकड़ो, मेरा तो एक जन के साथ ऑलमोस्ट तू मैं हो गई थी कि भाई तू चांदनी बार वो ज्यादा पुश कर रहा था. मैं बोला नहीं फैशन ज्यादा सुपीरियर है चांदनी बार से. तो बोलता है थोड़ा पागल आदमी है तू, फैशन में क्या है, खाली कंगना चल रही है, प्रियंका गेट्स इन्वॉल्व विद द रॉन्ग पीपल एंड ऑल दैट. आई सेड नहीं बॉस, यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड द डेप्थ ऑफ इट.
So coming, taking a cue from that, Madhur, I have a question for you. These wonderful iconic films like fashion and corporate for that matter, Chandni Bar and many more. You've portrayed your women leads with as very complex characters. At the same time, I'll give it to you that they emerge out of it. They emerge out of it. They emerge out of the inequalities very gracefully and with strength. So my question to you is, how did you, when you made these roles, these characters, you gave them both that authenticity and that respect. How did it start in your storytelling? How did you start with it? That authenticity, how did it come?
See, you know what, it's very interesting when you make such movie, you research a lot. I always have got a habit of researching, meeting people. When I wanted to make Chandni Bar, I met a lot of bar girls. They were very reluctant to speak about it initially, but slowly they started speaking to me, and they were talking about their trauma, about their life, about ups and downs, how it is. And across the spectrum, I meet people, okay, be it like corporate people in the world of the corporate world, women over there in a fashion world, or for the extent a movie called Traffic Signal. So I interacted with people on the street. Like I go walking to Siddhinayak temple every Tuesday from my house from Khar to Prabhadevi. So when I used to walk on the signal, I used to see all this people, vendors, selling agarbattis, books, all other things they sell. So from there I got the idea to make a film on Traffic Signal. From walking, I used to attend so many fashion shows. So that's what I went in and I saw, okay, from where this model comes from what world they come from. That was a very interesting factor for it. And I thought, okay, in pe research karni chahiye. That's why I always like to go inside the ringside view, what we call it. The ringside view of people, be it corporate or a page 3 for that matter.
Right, page 3.
So page 3 also, after Chandni Bar, I started attending all the parties. People started inviting me for all the parties. When Tri Shakti flopped, nobody used to call me. So after Chandni Bar, I became a blue-head guy. Like everywhere I'm going, everywhere in the party, Ajay party, wo party. So I'm meeting politicians, businessmen, bureaucrats, entrepreneurs, फैशन डिजाइनर्स, एक्टर्स, तो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा यार ये फैक्टर. तो अल्टीमेटली वंस आई रियलाइज कि ये पेज 3 जो पार्टी है बेसिकली नेटवर्किंग है, सोशल है और आता है. सो दैट्स व्हाई आई वांटेड टू मेक दिस फिल्म ऑन दिस होल वर्ल्ड ऑफ पेज 3 वर्ल्ड. यू नो इट वाज वेरी अहेड ऑफ टाइम फिल्म्स. पीपल लाफ्ड एट मी आल्सो. जब मैंने पेज 3 का नाम रखा था तो लोग ने मेरे को बोला पेज 3 या पेस्ट्री है.
और फिर भी टाइम्स वाले लोग ने इसको बुलाया. इतनी पार्टीज लाते उसके बाद
तो पार्टी में अभी बुलाते हैं.
मैं और ये समीर जैन के घर पे ही मिले.
पार्टी में अभी भी मिलते हो तो बुलाते लेते. तो I just felt it कि this whole spectrum was very interesting. People under one roof they come, they interact, and after a little they drinks also they get tipsy, and they they go to another level. And morning everything is forgotten. क्या हुआ, क्या बातचीत हुई नहीं, क्या बोल के. तो इट्स अ वेरी डिफरेंट थिंग. तो मुझे अच्छा लगता है कि मैं बेसिकली जैसे मैं कहता हूँ घुसपैठिया हूँ मैं वो इलाके में घुस जाता हूँ कि वो इलाके में then I go full research I do.
You go deep down there.
Deep down. I go from everybody. Like मैं वो वेटर से भी बात करूँगा, मैं वो रिक्शा वाला से ही बात करूँगा. ये आपको कैसे मिला?
पर वो आपकी फिल्म में दिखता है वो authenticity from the smallest character to the lead characters.
पेज 3 में ड्राइवर्स डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. लोग क्या कर रहे हैं?
कॉर्पोरेट में प्यून डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कॉर्पोरेट में. तो मुझे अच्छा लगता है वो क्योंकि वो दे रिप्रेजेंट द कॉमन मैन. तो वो इनका पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू भी रहना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है. बिकॉज आई थिंक फिल्म मेकिंग इज बेसिकली लोग कहते हैं कि कोई आर्टिकल लिखता है, कोई ब्लॉग लिखता है, कोई डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाता है. पीपल डू से कि मधुर इज अ सेलुलाइट का फिल्म मेकर है कि वो जो जर्नलिस्ट है बेसिकली कि ही गेट्स फ्रॉम ऑल द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. लॉट ऑफ पीपल गेट अपसेट ऑल्सो फॉर इट. बहुत लोग नाराज भी हो जाते हैं. ऐसा लोगों को लगता है कि मैं बैंड बजा रहा हूँ या कपड़े फाड़ रहा हूँ.
No, but your films are meant, I feel, both for the masses and the classes.
Yeah. It's a middle of the road cinema. It's a middle of the road cinema.
Yes.
My films are not very arty. It's not very massy also.
Yeah.
So in between है.
It's that in between, which is I think what life is all about. That the in between.
But when you're making a movie investment, अगर पैसा डाल रहा producer तो उसको ये होना चाहिए कि भाई मेरे पैसे आने चाहिए. And I'm really very happy with the films I made right now. My 16th film, The Wives, I've just completed. So, I think I got a good ratio of success. Even some films have not done well, they are break even at the box office. Their returns उनका आ जाता है. तो मैं बहुत smartly film बनाता हूँ. मुझे मालूम है budget क्या होना चाहिए और मैं actor को पहले ही बोलता. And all the actors, I'm talking about all the top actresses, have reduced their fees, remuneration for my movies. कि हाँ मधुर, this is the budget, मतलब इतना है, मैं इतना ये करूँगा. But ये यहाँ पे कॉर्पोरेट्स वाले भी बहुत जैसे है, बहुत लोग ऐसे भी कहते हैं मधुर अरे फैशन बना रहा तो हीरो को लेके बनाना, बड़ा हीरो तो हीरोइन क्यों चाहिए बनाने के लिए, आपका बजट बड़ा हो जाएगा, आपको ज़्यादा पैसे भी मिलेंगे. बट आई डोंट वांट टू कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद माय स्टोरी. माय प्रॉब्लम इज दैट.
राइट.
वो बहुत ज़रूरी होता है.
Thank you for that, Madhur.
So there was a survey done. This is my question to you, Sunil ji. On social media, there was a survey done of whether women prefer male manager or female manager. 36,000 women voted, and 78% voted for male managers. Women preferred male managers. Starting with that to you, have you ever intentionally in any of your corporate organizations that you worked with did sessions with men that this is how they're supposed to behave with women? For example, posh comes in all organizations. That is a normal training. Let's put that aside. But having a separate session with men, we have to be behaving like this, or does it comes naturally to the men, or is it they're nice to women out of fear nowadays because of what's happening? So have you taken special efforts in your team for men to behave with women as allies in some way?
Yeah, I would say, as you rightly said, posh has come, way too late or recently. That's the phenomenon. But short answer to your question is yes. I mean, I have had, several discussions, and I'm going way back since the time, I got into the leadership roles. That goes back to 1996, 97, And since then, I have been having this discussion off and on with my male colleagues in terms of how they should be behaving in the presence of a woman or with a woman. Whether she's your colleague or she's a business partner or she's anybody. Because, I mean, I recall in 1994, 95, we've had, or even before that, I've had distributors who were women. I mean, either because of their own keenness to be or because of family circumstances, they were women. And even if you have to convey a very tough message, there has to be a method to do that. And there needs to be, and it's not just with women, you know, even between men to men. If you're in the corporate world, there requires to be a certain level of corporate communication respect for each other. And I think that is something, that's a boundary which should not get crossed. Especially in the social media, you know, prevalent so much nowadays, and you know, you hear about some manager who's been shouting and using expletives with his juniors, and that has been recorded, put up across the social media everywhere. Whatever damage it does, it leaves a very bad taste in your mouth that, you know, why? And what is your frustration to have done that? And when it comes to women colleagues, what does it take to be able to give a little bit of respect, even while you're giving a tough message?
But that's respect, that's behavioral. What about actually feeling that they are equally good and they are equally professional and that they have to treat them equally because of their merit and talent?
Yeah, see, to me that comes naturally. To me that comes naturally, so I mean, I have never had to even think about it. So, you know, whether it's been my women colleagues or friends or anybody, I think to me it comes naturally to be able to speak with them in a manner which is comfortable to each other. But I've also had, you know, an occasion very, very recently when I heard one of the women HR heads speaking with her junior about his conversation along with another couple of male colleagues with another female employee, giving her a very tough message without the presence of another woman. And she was very, very harsh about it. And she said, this is not done. The kind of message you have communicated is not done. You know, you hear your message, you hear that video yourself. Do you feel good about it? In her shoes, I would have also done what she is doing. So what I'm saying is, sometimes, you know, women managers also give that message. For women choosing male bosses or the other way around, I think that whole thing is now, that line, those boundaries are getting now, you know, they're getting now merged. I think that's disappearing now.
Coming to you, Swapnil. You're a lawyer, a part of the legal fraternity, which under the Constitution ensures right to equality, right to equal livelihood for women. We have a lot of representation of women in our legal fraternity. But again there, at the leadership level, at the judges level, you know, there are very few judges, women judges out there. Why is it so? And what would be a good solution to begin with on that?
There was a time when Bombay, Delhi, Madras, Kolkata High Court, all four had women chief justices at the same time. Now, that was one of those great moments that we had, but that has never happened thereafter. I'm sure there are chief justices here and there of that particular high court, but what has happened is that over a period of time, the judgeship position itself is unattractive. And a lot of men are not taking it up also, and we are finding it difficult to fill in the strength of the judges because there is not enough remuneration, there is not enough perks, things involved for judges to take up, to leave the council practice position where they earn crores and to get into the position of where they'll earn lakhs, of course, with house and with servant and with some monthly expenses given and things like that. So that is the problem there itself at the very base of it. And then from that, when you are looking at women, first of all, there are very few women senior advocates or very prominent ones who are making in a lot of money as much as men do. And so there again, then obviously, if they've spent 20 years at the bar or 15 years at the bar, then they're going to get a chance to be invited for a position of a judge, and that too if they wish to take it or not. Because if after 15 years of very hard work, after having 2 children, and after having come out and made a way in a man's world, if they're being offered a position of a judge where they feel, this is going to halve my income, I have to do sit from 10 to 5 and things like that, and even possibly on weekends to draft judgments, and still being invited by the media to be bashed up and say that, you all are taking enough holidays and things like that. It becomes a very unattractive position for any people to get into that ladder. And, one of the things that we can do, which I intend to do also, that, fair practices in the law and the legal profession. So we are going to do that. I'm thinking of curating that seminar at some point, because I've heard most senior advocates, even the Advocate General, the Chief Justice of India, Chandrachud, also when I met him, he told me that, why don't you have something like that? And I said, okay, fine, you come across as the chief guest, then we'll do it. He said, okay, I'll do. So, so that is there in the pipeline, but how I'm going to craft it, because you see, when you're dealing with lawyers, how crafty and how subtle they are going to be. They are going to be a play on words.
I would like to admit that.
Exactly. No, I'm just telling you, they're going to be. So that is one thing which, of course, I will wriggle it out of them, because I'll be very blunt and brutal. Let it be a little high-wired, let it be cantankerous, let there be raised voices, let this be a courtroom instead of a seminar. But, let that be, but we'll achieve the purpose. And, Kiran, to point out, one of the points that you made is about the men being, very few of us men, and as you pointed out that women want male managers more. And, Sunil, of course, answered it very appropriately, but let me tell you that in our previous seminar, the leadership event, Anup Rao was there. He's the MD of Generali Federal, insurance company. And they said, so, he was asked a similar question, and he answered it very bluntly. He said that women have great problems with women as managers and things like that. Part of it is that attributable as that. That in as much as they can be sympathetic towards certain things, but on many things they have issues. So it's easier to relate to men. And that was his answer. And, I knew that he was going to say it, because he started grinning the moment that question was asked to him. And this is, we as men may or may not admit or may even talk to each other that these things do happen. And I have had a lot of women in my organization टेल मी, और मधुर ये सही बात है, मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ कि जब वो बात कर रहे हैं हमसे और बोलते हैं कि स्वप्निल तुझ पे पॉइंट बोलना या तुझको पॉइंट बोलना आसान पड़ता है, एज अपोज टू सो आई सेड ऐसा तो नहीं है कि पॉइंट बोलना आसान पड़ता है, इट्स जस्ट दैट जो भी अगर है और अगर आपको नहीं समझ में आता है, इट्स नॉट बिकॉज आई एम अ मैन कि मुझे ईजी पड़ता है, इट्स जस्ट बिकॉज मैं सुनता हूँ, शायद मैं सुन के उसको फेंक देता हूँ बाहर, वो मेरे पे है ऑप्शन, बट एटलीस्ट मैं सुनता तो हूँ. सो दिस इज to give you legal profession is going to be extremely difficult to find women judges, at least for another 20 years.
Can I ask one question to Madhur? Very short. Ekdam chota.
Please.
See, Chandni Bar, heroine, fashion, even bubbly bouncer. Very good movie.
Very good.
I had never thought of a woman bouncer unless Madhur came up with that movie called Bubbly Bouncer. Be very honest, and I know you'll be honest. I know you because आप हमेशा सच बोलते हो जैसा वैसे बोलते हो. आपने ये मूवी इसलिए बनाई क्योंकि ये वुमन का सब्जेक्ट था, कि आपने ये इसलिए बनाई क्योंकि ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरीज थी? Only one answer.
You know what, मुझे ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट जो था ना, मेरे को इसलिए इंटरेस्ट लगा. तो मैं एक बार को एक दिल्ली में शादी में गया था, तो वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि दुल्हन के आसपास बहुत सी लेडीज बाउंसर्स थी. तो मुझे अच्छा लगा वो उनको यूनिफॉर्म में देखकर. तो मैंने बोला मेल के साथ तो होते बाउंसर्स, लेकिन उनके साथ भी बाउंसर थी. तो वहाँ से वो आइडिया मेरे को जनरेट हुआ कि ये फिल्म बनानी चाहिए बाउंसर के वर्ल्ड के ऊपर, कि बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग वर्ल्ड लगा कि एक लड़की जो है वो दिल्ली में एक बड़े पब के अंदर कैसे आएगी और बाउंसर बना. अब ये बात सही बोला कि मेरे को बहुत लोग ने बोला यार बाउंसर भी बनाता है तो फीमेल तो बना कम से कम, है ना, मेल बाउंसर पे तो बना, तुम फीमेल बाउंसर क्यों बना रहा है. मैंने इतना यू सो वुमेन सेंट्रिक कि फीमेल बाउंसर पे फिल्म बनानी तेरे को. तो मुझे अच्छा लगा, मुझे लगा एक वर्ल्ड बहुत अच्छा है. एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी फॉर तमन्ना बिकॉज दिस मूवी तमन्ना के लिए एक लाइफ चेंजिंग पिक्चर थी उसकी लाइफ की, करियर की. दिस मूवी गेव हर दैट इम्पैक्ट एज अ एक्ट्रेस जो लोगों ने उसे इतना सराहा, पसंद किया. एंड टुडे ऑल्सो यू हैव नो क्लू अबाउट इट किरण, कि मुझे इतने लोग मिलते, बुजुर्ग मिलते, बोलते पहली बार ऐसा मुझे कहीं भी मैं एयरपोर्ट पे जाता हूँ कोई शादी में जाता हूँ बोलते हैं हमने पूरी पिक्चर फैमिली के साथ बैठ के देखी। आज की तारीख में बहुत ऐसा होता है कि आप फिल्म फैमिली के साथ देख नहीं सकते OTT पे,
बहुत सही।
लेकिन दैट मूवी पीपल वॉच्ड इट, जैसे वो ऋषिकेश मुखर्जी की फिल्में होती थी वैसी फीलिंग आई। सो आई वाज वेरी हैप्पी कि इतना उसको रेजोनेट हुआ, पीपल रियली अप्रिशिएटेड। मेरे को तमन्ना भी जब भी मिलती बोलती मधु जी मैं जिधर भी जाती हूँ बबली बाउंसर लोग बोलते हैं द काइंड ऑफ लव पीपल हैव गिवन इट।
So it was greatly because of the concept.
Because
and
of
not
the concept.
woman के लिए बनाना है. Because your natural.
Because of the concept. मुझे लगा the concept is another good goal कि इतने बाउंसर थे वहाँ पे एक फीमेल बाउंसर भी आजकल रखते हैं फीमेल बाउंसर्स, तो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग वर्ल्ड था वो।
And you know one thing Kiran about him, you know whatever I've interacted with him, काफी हमारी बातचीत भी हुई। एक चीज़ मैंने और मुझे आई फील कि जैसे पायल ने बताया ना कि मुझ में ऑर्गेनिक आता है कि इसको लेना है उसको लेना है, फिर वो जेंडर बायस नहीं आता है मेरे दिमाग में या ऐसे कुछ एक एट द बेस लेवल की कोई एम्पैथी सपोर्ट है ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। इट्स जस्ट कि अच्छा है इसको आना चाहिए, उभर के आना चाहिए, फिर वो फीमेल हो मेल हो जो भी है, एज अ मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट। तो ये भी जब पिक्चर बनाते हैं आई एम श्योर वो कॉन्सेप्ट लेते हैं और इनिशियली उनका दिमाग होगा कि नहीं वुमेन ओरिएंटेशन होना चाहिए ऑल दोस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स कि मुझे कुछ हटके बनाना चाहिए, वो होता है हर एक फिल्म मेकर में होता है। बट आई थिंक इंट्रिंसिकली वो इतने इक्वल है, उनके माइंड में इतनी इक्वालिटी है माइंड में कि उनके कोई भी बोलने में या कोई भी किसी भी प्रकार का जो भी मैनरिज्म है या टॉक है या स्टेटमेंट है, कहीं पर भी कोई शोविनिज्म या मिसोजिनी की किस तरह का भी एक झलक भी नहीं आती है। इनका इतना माइंड वो लेवल पे इवॉल्व है विच यू विल बी सरप्राइज। आप तो कई फिल्म मेकरों को जानती होगी बट आई डोंट नो नेम देम, बट उनके दिमाग में इवन एक्टर्स पे पैरिटी का अगर एक बार भी पूछोगे तो एकदम उछल जाते हैं।
That's why I want to ask मधुर, आपने बॉलीवुड में आपने बहुत ही बोल्ड फिल्म्स बनाई है, यू बीन अ वेरी बोल्ड डायरेक्टर। सो आई वांटेड टू आस्क यू, जो ये पेट्रियार्कल माइंडसेट है बॉलीवुड का, इट्स अ मैन्स वर्ल्ड देयर आउट इन बॉलीवुड एंड यू आर अ यूनिक वॉइस देयर एंड यू आर स्टिल अ यूनिक वॉइस। तो उसमें आपने कैसे जगल किया वो जो यू मस्ट बी जज्ड, यू मस्ट हैव बीन जज्ड एंड लेबल्ड as a woman's director, and additionally वो जो बॉलीवुड में जो पेट्रियार्की है, is it still evident in the pay disparities जो पेमेंट में है, ट्रीटमेंट में है of women on the sets? It's a bold question and I expect a very honest answer, Madhur.
नहीं डेफिनेटली डिस्पैरिटी है, मैंने कभी ये नहीं बोला। जैसे मेरे को कहा ना लोगों ने यार तू हमेशा स्क्रिप्ट अच्छी बनाता है लेकिन तू मेल ओरिएंटेड लेके आना, मेल ओरिएंटेड में तेको भी पैसे ज़्यादा मिलेगा और एक कम से कम उस लेवल पे आ जा। मैंने वाई वांट टू मेक फीमेल सेंट्रिक सिनेमा, ये डिस्पैरिटी है। और ये डिस्पैरिटी देखिए ये नहीं कि हम यहाँ ही हैं इंडिया में है, ये वर्ल्ड ओवर है। हॉलीवुड में भी आप देखोगे तो एक्टर्स को ज़्यादा पैसे मिलते हैं, वहाँ पे भी ये वर्ल्ड ओवर है। किसी भी फील्ड में जाओ तो वहाँ पे एक खास के शोबिज की बात करते, आप वुमेन है औरतें हैं, लेकिन आज एक औरत को आप पूछेंगे वो हमेशा पूछते अरे पिक्चर देखी तो आप क्या पूछेंगे इसमें हीरो कौन है, कभी आप पूछते हीरोइन कौन है? आप नहीं पूछते। आप हमेशा दिमाग में क्या होता है इसमें हीरो कौन है, हु इज द एक्टर, आप ये नहीं बोलते हु इज द एक्ट्रेस। तो प्रॉब्लम वो है कि आप जिस दिन मैंने कोई बड़ी पिक्चर जो होती है जैसे कि बड़े स्टार की पिक्चर होती है, अगर सेम एक्ट्रेस की पिक्चर भी आप उतनी वॉलासिटी से देखोगे और उसी में आप ओपनिंग लगाओगे, जैसे हिंदी फिल्म का किरण तो ज़्यादा जानती है कि एक पहले दिन का बिजनेस 40 करोड़ हो गया 30 करोड़ हो गया, वो वुमेन सेंट्रिक सिनेमा को नहीं मिलेगा उतना। आप फीमेल की पिक्चर में नहीं जाओगे देखने, अरे वो देख लेंगे बाद में यार, हीरो की पिक्चर में देखने जाओगे। तो प्रॉब्लम वो है कि ऑडियंस में भी ये चेंजेस आना चाहिए, तब जाके प्राइस की डिस्पैरिटी भी कम हो जाएगी। पीपल विल गिव मोर मनी टू द एक्ट्रेस ऑल्सो। एक्टर जो है ऑलमोस्ट 90% पिक्चर का ले जाता पैसा, फीमेल को जो एक्ट्रेस को मिलता है 10% मिलेगा। तो वो एक्टर को तो ये होता है अरे मेरे वैसे पिक्चर चलती है, मेरी पहले दिन की ओपनिंग 50 करोड़ आती है 30 करोड़ आती है, आपकी कौन सी आती है? तो प्रॉब्लम वो है। तो आपको वही होना चाहिए कि आपने वैसे ही जाना चाहिए पिक्चर देखने, चाहे कोई भी बड़ी एक्ट्रेस है, आलिया हो, दीपिका हो, कंगना हो, प्रियंका हो, उनकी पिक्चर भी देखनी चाहिए, वो ही झील के साथ देखनी चाहिए पिक्चर, जाके देखनी चाहिए ओपनिंग लेके। अगर एक पूरी बड़ी पिक्चर को ओपनिंग मिलती है 25 करोड़ की पहले दिन बड़ी एक्ट्रेस को, तो उसको भी फिर वो प्राइस वैसा मिलेगा। तो प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हमारे यहाँ पे कोशिश यही होती भाई हीरो की पिक्चर है तो फिर हम लोग को ढूंढना पड़ता है यार अभी कौन सा स्लॉट देखिए हीरोइन की पिक्चर कब आएगी कोई खाली वीक मिलेगा जब भी डालेंगे पिक्चर प्रॉब्लम वो है यहाँ पे दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम
So, a very same question to you in the corporate sphere. What about the pay disparities? If you could shortly answer, because after this I have a short rapid fire for you all. Quick.
Before I answer that, any of the women here in the corporate world, who all do you feel are, how many of you feel there is a pay disparity? So it's not something which is out there as a feeling or in the media. There has been a reality with respect to this. Okay, and again I would say, it's not that it continues, there are changes which are coming up. There are changes happening, and it's happening because of a whole lot of transparency in the organizations. And it also needs to now, going forward, people need to be able to define very clear objectives, very clear outcomes, and with respect to those outcomes, what are going to be the pay, the related remunerations which are going to be. So if that all is defined, that is when the real change will start to happen and the equality is going to be coming in. It is, whether it will happen overnight, no, it will not. As Madhur just said, this is a reality which exists across industries, across everywhere. And I think good part is, it is changing. The fact that we are discussing this as a topic means it is existing.
Absolutely. We are acknowledging.
Otherwise, we would not even be discussing this point.
Correct.
So yes, I mean, as
the
we move
awareness
forward,
about it.
as we move forward, I think a whole lot has to change, and those biases have to change. Whether it is the informal community biases or other biases that exist.
Subconscious,
unconscious biases. Those have to.
Yes.
Those have to.
So a quick rapid fire for you three men here. Of course, the first one is one stereotype about women in cinema you wish would disappear.
What?
One stereotype. Yeah. कौन सा वो निकल जाना चाहिए हिंदी सिनेमा से?
हिंदी सिनेमा से मुझे लगता है कि बहुत से ऐसे होते कि फिल्में होती जो मसाला फिल्में होती मैं आई एम अ बिग फैन ऑफ मसाला फिल्म जहाँ पे बहुत से एक्टर्स को ऐसे लगता है भाई कि चलो अगर कोई फीमेल लड़की लीड है वो तो ऐसी पिक्चर में है यार और मेन तो हीरो पे पिक्चर बेस्ड होगी मेरे ख्याल से वो एक टूटना चाहिए वो इक्वल लेवल पे होना चाहिए कि दे शुड बी कंसिडर एज कि दे आर द बिगेस्ट एज इक्विवेलेंट as a hero and other people in the film.
Absolutely. That's thank you for that. So one behavior men must unlearn to become better allies for all three of you. One behavior.
First and foremost, you can't unlearn anything that you've learned. So it's just that.
To learn or relearn.
Yeah, you need to relearn. You need to change your learning to become allies. Is when you're interacting with women, do not look at her as a woman. You have to look at her as either a colleague or a participant.
An individual.
As an individual. That gender bias, even in your mind, has to disappear.
So my answer to that, you want me to answer to that?
Yes, quickly.
Okay, my answer to that is accept women as equals. Bottom line, give them a lot of respect, period.
And last rapid fire. One message for the young men here that watching women rise today. Just one short message. From a man to a man, if you would advise your son.
Accept it.
Women.
And praise it, applaud it.
I feel कि please encourage good women-centric cinema.
Sorry.
मैं तो मेरे point of view से देखूँगा.
When you see women rise, what is your view?
To another man, say to your son, what would be your advice? One line. For the women rising today and supporting them as allies.
I would say, applaud and celebrate that rise.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. We'll just give the goodie bags and then we'll unveil the souvenir. I would want Mr. Bajaj to come on stage. Madhuri, please call Shaina here. Mickey. Where's Mickey? Mickey, please come. I don't know, Mickey was here somewhere. Please call Dr. Mickey Mehta on stage. Shaina, please call Shaina on stage. Madhuri, Mamta, please call. Madhu, thank you. Thank you. हाँ, sure. तो भाई, नाम पर सुनील, तो मुझे नहीं पूछते मैंने. Sunil, thank you very much. Don't give me anything. Photo. Thank you. Now on stage, Mr. Bajaj, please. Nikki, Dr. Nikki Mehta. Nikki and Shaina. He's coming. Yeah, just come. No, he's just coming. You are here only. Go to better. किसी को फोन किया चलो रेडी यस मैं तो आप जाओ let's have
to surrender, to trust in every word. All my days of misery, someone could have taken them from me. So tell me where you are. Tell me how you feel. And tell me what you need. And just tell me how you feel. And let it all just rain on me. And let it all just rain on me. And let it all just rain on me. Rain down on me. So tell me where you If only for one night, I could tell you this is everything that I have ever lived for, but I'd give it all away. So look into these eyes and tell me how you feel. Yeah, all my days of misery, someone could have taken that from me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So tell me where you are. Tell me how you feel. And tell me what you need. And just tell me how you feel. And let it all just rain on me. And let it all just rain on me. And let it all just rain on me. Rain down on me. So tell me where you are. Tell me how you feel. And tell me what you need. And just tell me how you feel. And let it all just rain on me. And let it all just rain on me. And let it all just rain on me. Rain down on me. Still
chick. This act, this chick. Hello.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Neha Ranglani, where are you? Please raise your hand, because if I have to introduce you, then you have to come to the... You're here, right behind me. All right, that's good. So, yeah, you tell me when I have to start, because I'll introduce extremely fast. Can I what? The right side of the stage. Right. Can I request all the participants of the fashion show to please come on the right side of the stage? That is right to me, to my right. Payal, to my right, all the participants, please ensure, because I think some of them are already, they're still there inside the, green room. So if all the participants, have they come to the right side, please? Once Shaina or Payal tells me that that is the case, that if all the participants have come to the right of the show, I'll just check if all the participants are there to the right. And I will expect Payal, next to Mr. Bajaj and Mrs. Samant, I will expect one seat empty for me to sit, because I'm not supposed to be there on the stage. This is the stage of the women. I will request one seat to be empty, Payal, please. It's blocked for whom? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Because otherwise I intend to sit on the ramp. Because I need to... All right. I think we've shut the lunch. And if there are any people who've yet to eat or have still some space in the stomach, they can always sit with a plate, but we need to begin. For me, Neha, for me, nothing else. Okay, now I'm going to at least introduce the compere. I think people are settling in. People will start filtering in. Let me introduce the compere for the show today. And okay, Neha Ranglani is our executive committee member, and she's an integrative nutritionist and a functional medicine expert with 18 years of experience and having helped 40,000 people globally to reverse and manage some chronic lifestyle disorders. Her work blends science-backed nutrition with emotional and lifestyle healing, making wellness practical, personal, and sustainable. A two-time TEDx speaker and award-winning wellness educator, Neha believes true health goes beyond food to include the mind, emotions, and soul. She's the author of 3 books, and through corporate programs, workshops, digital courses, and content, Neha empowers individuals with one powerful truth: you are your own best healer. So I will welcome Neha to the platform, and she will do the honors for the show. And meanwhile, I'll just stand on the side a little bit, but I request everyone to please take a seat. Neha, I think just let me ensure that people have taken a seat and are ready. Otherwise, it makes no sense for you to start this. Excuse me, please stop the lunch. Please stop the lunch. I think 1 hour, 15 minutes is enough. We have to value people's time. And people cannot have this as if they're having in their own house. May I request people who are eating to have a seat, please? I can see a couple of people who are eating still, but they are not having a seat. I want people to have a seat so that we know that the show is about to begin. Because everybody has taken pains. All the women who are walking the ramp, they've been here since 2-3 hours. They've been extremely patient, and so have they been their guests. And it would be extremely rude of me as the president to not value their time. So I think we are all set. The people that I see standing are the people who are going to take the photo ops and things like that. So I'm taking that. So Neha, please welcome to the stage. Come.
Thank you so much, Swapnil, for the introduction and for leading this beautiful Women Empowerment Summit. And as we all know, Swapnil needs no introduction, but for those who don't know of Swapnil, he's a renowned lawyer and the president of the very amazing CFBP. So please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. First talk about Women Summit and then I'll come. Then call me.
Yes. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Have we all had good lunch today? Where's the energy? Yes. Super. Are you excited for the show? Yes. I didn't hear. Yes. That's amazing. The Women Empowerment Summit is a brainchild of our executive committee member, Mrs. Payal Kothari, under the dynamic leadership of our president, Mr. Swapnil Kothari. For Payal, the summit aims to spark meaningful dialogue and drive action towards supporting and empowering women who constitute. She seeks to raise awareness about the injustices and biases, both visible and invisible, that women navigate in their everyday lives. The fashion show is curated by Shaina NC, renowned fashion designer who is known to drape saris in more than 40 different ways. Isn't that amazing? She's also a politician and a long-time advocate for social causes. Known for using fashion as a medium for storytelling and social change, Shaina brings purpose to the runway. This is not merely a fashion show, it's a walk for a cause. Incredible and remarkable women achievers from diverse backgrounds and age groups step onto the ramp to celebrate resilience, self-worth, and solidarity. Each walk is a statement, each stride is a stand. Together, they declare, in the words of Payal, I am there for me. So, yes. And we would also like to thank our sponsors, JCB, that's John Claude Begin, for makeup and hair, and Pearly Penny by Star Jewels for the stunning jewelry that our participants are adorning today. The collection that you're going to witness today on the stage is on display on 31st January and 1st and 2nd of February at Shanti Bungalow. All donations will part proceed to We Care Cancer Foundation. So please show your support. May I invite Shaina NC and our president, Swapnil Kothari, and the founder of We Care Cancer Foundation, Vandana Gupta, and Mrs. Jaya Uday Sawant on the stage to say a few words. We'll maybe start with Swapnil first, please.
All right. I'm going to make the speech short because I've got Shaina to talk, Mrs. Samant to talk, and one another celebrity guest to talk about. Since 4 years or so that we've been having the Women Empowerment Summit, actually since about 6-7 years, but we've titled it Women Empowerment Summit just since last year, but we used to have Creative Arts Festival, and this is the 5th time that we're hosting the fashion show. I think one of the reasons why we have this kind of a platform for women to walk the ramp is because in my many interactions with women at all sorts of levels, be it at the corporate level, be it at the very base level, I think every woman is an empowered soul in herself. All they need is some sort of an empowering, some sort of push, some sort of motivation to ensure that their sigh, which is much more than a man in a sermon. Sigh becomes a murmur, then a whisper, then a voice, and then a crescendo. So this is one of the reasons why we ensure that women get a voice. They need to walk the platform. And at Council for Fair Business Practices, being the president, I'm very thankful to my sponsors, Mr. Shekhar Bajaj of Bajaj Electricals, who are the founders, Tatas, Birlas, Bajaj, Godrej. They are our founders. So we host this show along with the entire Women Empowerment Summit, the initial panels. Shaina has been very gracious to host this for us. And we've engaged her since 4 years, and it's been very, very fruitful, very proactive. Some of the women who are are part of our organization, have already been walkers on our show, and that's how I get the advantage of, because Shaina understands the gravitas and everything, and I'm very thankful to her, and I hope you all enjoy the show, and thank you very much for coming in large numbers today and trying to support all the women that are walking. Thank you very much, and I invite Shaina to say a few words, please.
Jai Maharashtra. At the outset, I'd like to thank my darling Payal and Swapnil and CFBP, because year after year, they talk about not just a women's summit, but implementing it, thanks to Shekhar Bajaj ji sitting there in the audience. Vandana Gupta is known to my father ever since I was a child. We Care Cancer Foundation is working tirelessly at Tata Memorial. And I'd like to thank Jaya Uday Samantji for coming here today. A lot of people in the audience, yes, there is a mourning, but I think celebrating women and the fact that it has been a pre-decided date is the reason we're continuing. What I'm going to request the audience is, we have women from all age groups, all backgrounds, all sizes. The youngest being all of 25 years, and the oldest is 87 years old. And you know how tough it is to handle one woman. We have 30 of them. Enjoy this show, clap for them, root for them, and make this a pleasurable experience, because glamour needs to have a meaning, and that's why we're here to support. Thank you all for being here.
And now we are ready to commence the show. Opening our show today is our youngest participant, the stunning influencer for the youth, Tanya Shroff. Tanya brings stories to life with purpose and vision with her art of impactful storytelling. She curates experiences at the intersection of fashion, travel, and purpose, crafting stories that inspire, elevate, and drive meaningful change globally. Let's give her a big round of applause. We don't want to hear the claps slowing down. Please keep clapping for our beautiful Tanya Shroff. Now, we welcome our oldest participant, 87-year-old Barbara Sehgal, who has especially flown down from London for this show. She enters with a lifetime of meaning behind her. An extraordinary woman whose compassion, leadership, and belief in education have changed lives across continents. Let's celebrate her life, her impact, and her spirit with a big round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the oldest and the youngest together, the grandmother and the granddaughter duo. Let's hear a huge round of applause for them. Let's put our hands together for the stunning Debbie Hitkari, who leads business with responsibility and heart. She is the director at the Hitkari Multifilters Private Limited, DeMartini Fine Products Private Limited, and is also involved in Hitkari Trading Corporation. She looks after the CSR work and philanthropy of her organization. Let's give her a warm round of applause and show our appreciation for her leadership and commitment to give back. And now, let's welcome our youngest politician, shaping tomorrow with courage and clarity, and encouraging leading with grace and grit. Darshana Khotkar Zol. She is a force in Jalna's civic leadership, confident, capable, and committed to meaningful change through inclusive politics. Put your hands together and cheer for her vision, strength, and leadership. We now welcome a lady who reminds us that true wellness starts from within. We all watch her on Instagram. Dimple Jangda, an award-winning gut health and Ayurvedic health coach, a national best-selling author of 2 books, guiding a global community of 23 lakh followers in 147 countries towards holistic health. Let's show our appreciation with a heartful round of applause for her healing work and vision. Please welcome a woman who believes that strength lies in stillness, Dr. Priyanka Bajoria Gupta, who is a consultant anesthesiologist with expertise in pain management and a commitment to quieter, greener cities. Dr. Priyanka exemplifies leadership that heals bodies, communities, and the planet. Let's honor her with a warm and a well-deserved round of applause. Now, stepping onto the stage is a young woman whose creativity flows across art, words, and design. Tiara Dhodi. She began her creative journey early, completing 26 original canvases at the age of 16 and authoring Unmask, a Penguin-published collection of short stories exploring the female plight in India at 18. Her work moves across writing, jewelry, and fashion, shaped by craft and a contemporary feminine perspective. Let's celebrate her creativity and global journey with a big round of applause. Please welcome onto the stage a woman who has built a community with heart and dedication, Khushnuma Farzandi. With 32 years of passion, warmth, and leadership at ASB, Khushnuma's journey spans teaching, coaching, and coordination. Today, serving as head of community relations, helping families feel at home from day one. Let's give her a heartfelt round of applause and show our appreciation for the lives she's touched. Now it's my pleasure to welcome a woman whose words break barriers. A multiple award-winning best-selling author, Meghna Pant. She has written 10 acclaimed books published by Penguin Random House, Simon & Schuster, Bloomsbury, and others. A former news anchor turned full-time writer, journalist, and speaker, her work spans literature, media, and screen. Let's hear a big round of applause for her too. Now we welcome a woman who stands at the powerful intersection of science and service. Dr. Rishma Dhilan Pai. A trailblazer in obstetrics and gynecology, Dr. Rishma's distinguished career has been recognized by leading global institutions for her unwavering commitment to women's health and empowerment. She's a proud recipient of International Federation of Gynecologists Award in Paris, which represents 47 gynecologists. Please give her a resounding round of applause for her leadership, courage, and dedication. Now we welcome a woman whose voice stands for the consumer, Rajalakshmi Rao. She has dedicated her life to protecting consumer rights, delivering justice as a judge of the National Consumer Court, and championing causes that empower the unheard. Let's acknowledge her service and integrity with a strong round of applause. And now I'm delighted to welcome on stage a woman who leads with vision and purpose, Manpreet Kaur Oberoi. An investor, innovator, and inspirer. CEO, entrepreneur, writer, orator, and philanthropist, Manpreet brings expertise, creativity, and heart to finance, business, and life itself. Let's give her a big cheer and shower her with applause. It's my pleasure to welcome a woman who turns passion into artistry and creates chocolates with a signature touch, Ziba Kohli. Third generation chocolatier, entrepreneur, and mentor whose fantasy fine chocolate has become a benchmark for taste, elegance, and innovation in India. Can we hear a big cheer for her? Let's celebrate her creativity and sweet success with a big round of applause. Let's welcome on stage a voice that represents the next generation of storytelling. Priyanka Lathi, someone whose voice stories that matters. From the dusty villages of Marathwada to the power corridors of Mumbai, she has told the stories many choose to ignore. Farmers in distress, women fighting injustice, faith, culture, and the real India behind headlines. A journalist who doesn't just report news but lives it on the ground. Today, as a face of Network 18, she continues to stand for stories that matter. Please give her an encouraging round of applause as she continues to shape narratives that matter. Now coming on stage is a voice we all trust and that stands firmly for truth and accountability. Faye D'Souza. She reports with a purpose and blends journalistic rigor with fearless inquiry, building platforms like Beetroot News to elevate fact-based reporting in India. Known for a calm, authoritative, and data-driven interviewing style focused on citizen issues. Let's show her our respect and appreciation with a powerful round of applause. Coming onto the stage is a familiar and trusted face from the prime time news, Farah Khan. She's a news presenter at Network 18's Prime Time Bulletin. Let's give her a big round of applause. We have on stage a woman who has stood unwaveringly for consumer rights, Asha Idnani. A passionate consumer activist for over 4 decades, she has dedicated her life to empowering and protecting consumers. She is the chairperson of the Consumer Redressal Committee. Let's honor her commitment and give her a big round of applause. Now coming on stage is a woman whose journey blends ambition with heart, Sonal Kohli. A founding member of Invictus Private Wealth, she is a dedicated private wealth manager who partners closely with families to grow, protect, and pass on their legacies with confidence. Whether guiding financial journeys or nurturing her family, she brings empathy, integrity, and expertise to everything she does. Let's show her some love and give her a joyful round of applause. the stage next is a cancer warrior who beautifully balances intellect with compassion. Deval Patel. Her excellence in law meets her devotion to humanity. From advising global corporations to saving lives, restoring heritage, and serving elders, animals, and communities alike. Let's give her a big cheer and some heartfelt love for the impact she creates. Welcome onto the stage a woman who leads with peace, purpose, and service, Dr. Nivedita Shreyans. A philanthropist and an expert in heartfulness meditation, Dr. Nivedita is an eminent educationist as well as the Director of Corporate Relations for Pillai Group of Institutions. She has trained over 1 lakh youth and corporates in heartfulness meditation and wellness programs all over India, totally free of cost. She believes that individual peace can lead to world peace. Let's show her our appreciation with a big round of applause. Taking the stage is a woman whose impact reaches far beyond the spotlight. Armin Maju. She is a National Best Performer awardee whose career spans Taj Hotels, Ernst & Young, and Crossover Catalyst, alongside early backstage work at India's most iconic fashion events. Today, she serves as an executive assistant to Mr. Shekhar Bajaj, chairman of Bajaj Electricals. She balances leadership with a life rooted in fitness, travel, and Iyengar yoga. Stepping onto the stage now is a force that redefines journalism, Niyati Bhora. An award-winning executive editor, platform builder, talent shaper, and one of the most dynamic voices in Indian financial media today. Let's give her a big cheer and a well-deserved round of applause. And now put your hands together for a woman who tells stories through voice, movement, and meaning. Ishita Ganguly. Her narratives inspire. She is a singer, director, and Bellagio Fellow, and brings together music, theatre, and social purpose, creating bold contemporary narratives rooted in India's heritage. Let's celebrate her creativity and vision with a beautiful round of applause. And now, please welcome on stage a woman whose leadership is rooted in service and compassion, Poonam Rawal. hotelier, president of Federation 1A Giants Welfare Foundation. She is admired for her compassionate leadership and tireless efforts in driving impactful community welfare initiatives. Let's show her our appreciation with a generous round of applause. Now put your hands together for a woman whose courage gives strength to many. Abha Singh. She is a voice for the voiceless. From high-profile legal interventions to grassroots activism, Abha has earned national recognition for advancing women's rights, environmental causes, and public welfare initiatives. Let's show her our love and admiration with a big round of applause. Your next round. And now taking the stage is our showstopper for the day, Ulya Vantur, who is an international artist who has made India her creative home. Romanian television presenter, model, actress, and singer who gained prominence in India for her musical work in Bollywood. Please give Ulya Vantur a big and warm round of applause. And now welcoming onto the stage is a woman who balances law, leadership, and introspection with quiet strength. Payal Kothari. Payal is an advocate and solicitor and a Harvard-trained mediator and a partner at S. Kothari and Company. She is a recipient of the Sir Charles Scholarship from Bombay University for Private International Law. She is also a member of the Legal Committee Ladies Wing and the Mediation Committee of the prestigious Indian Merchants Chamber and an executive committee member of CFBP. Payal writes poetry on women, life, spirituality, and relationships. Please give her a big and warm round of applause. And now for a grand moment, I invite all these inspiring women to walk the ramp together, celebrating elegance, grace, and power of being unapologetically themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these extraordinary women achievers who remind us that fashion, when worn with purpose, becomes a statement of strength. May we start with Tanya Shroff, Barbara Sehgal, Debbie Hitkari, Barbara Sehgal. Debbie Hitkari, The next on stage is Darshana Khotkar Zol. Put your hands together for Dr. Dimple Jangra. Next on stage is Dr. Priyanka Bajoria Gupta. Tiara Dodi. Keep the applause going on, guys. Let's motivate these women. Khushnuma Farzandi. Next on stage we have Dr. Rishma Pai. Let's welcome Meghna Pant. Put your hands together for Raj Lakshmi Rao. Next we have on stage is Manpreet Kaur Oberoi. Let's welcome Ziba Kohli. Let's put our hands together for Priyanka Lati, followed by Faye D'Souza. Let's put our hands together for Faye D'Souza and Abha Singh. Next we have on stage is Farah Khan and Asha Idnani. Let's welcome on stage Sonal Kohli and Deval Patel. Put your hands together for Dr. Nivedita Shreyans and Armin Maju. Let's welcome Niyati Bora and Ishita Ganguly. And next we have Poonam Rawal. put our hands together for our showstopper, Yulia Vantur, along with Shaina NC and Payal Kothari. All the ladies to come at the front of the stage. This is what fashion with purpose looks like. Give a big round of applause to all the beautiful women who walked the ramp today. And here we have the powerful duo, Mr. Swapnil Kothari with his best half, Mrs. Payal Kothari, who run and lead this beautiful NGO, the CFBP organization, which stands for Council for Fair Business Practices. A big round of applause for this powerful duo. And now may I invite the sensational Ori on stage, along with Vandana Gupta ji and Mrs. Jaya Uday Sawant, to share a token of appreciation to all these gorgeous women for being a part of this noble initiative and sharing their wonderful stories with us.
I think this symbolizes Bharat, Anekta mein Ekta. Am I right? All age groups, all sizes, all backgrounds, and all walking for a cause. So I'd like to thank every single person here. We are going to request Yulia to sing a song at the end, but before that, I'm going to request we need to appreciate the time, the energy, the contribution that these ladies have given. May I request Vandana Gupta ji to please present the certificates of appreciation to each and every one who is standing here, Payal and Swapnil to do the honors too, as will Ori and Mrs. Uday Samant, not Savant. So I'd like to ask Vandana ji, please. May I request some of you all to just come in front, and we start with Tanya Shroff, who is one of our youngest participants. I request for the certificate of appreciation.
Oh, wow.
Come in the center. Keep the claps going. I think it's only fair. And the oldest happens to be her grandmother, 87-year-old Barbara Sehgal. Ma'am Samant, Jaya Samant ji, to present to Debbie Hitkari. Payal and Swapnil to present to our youngest politician here, Darshana Khotkar Zol. She's just won an election and she's right here for us. Darshana. And in the field of holistic healthcare, Vandana ma'am, please present to Dimple Jangra. Ori, please present to Dr. Priyanka Bajoria Gupta. And Mrs. Saman to present to Tiara Dodi, who's also one of our young participants, Tiara Dodi. If you come a little ahead, it's easier. Can I request Ori to present to Dr. Rishma Dhilan Pai, who's just been awarded for all the gynecologists, 47,000 gynecologists, and she got the award on behalf of India. Yeah. I request Payal and Swapnil Kothari to please present to Kushnama, Farzandi, and Mrs. Vandana Gupta to please present to Meghna Pant. May I request Mrs. Uday Sawant to please present to Raja Lakshmi Rao. And Swapnil to present to Manpreet Kaur. I request Payal Kothari to present to Ziba Kohli. And Mrs. Jaya Saman to present to Farah Khan. Vandana Gupta ji to present to our dynamic journalist Priyanka Lathi. And Swapnil, it's only befitting that you present to Asha Idnani. Payal to Sonal Kohli. Vandana Gupta ji to Deval Patel. She's a cancer survivor. From a cancer survivor to a cancer survivor, Deval Patel. Mrs. Saman to present to Armin Maju. Payal and Swapnil Kothari to present to Armin Majus is gone. To Nivedita Shreyans. And the head of NDTV, Niyati Bora. Mrs. Saman to present to Ishita Ganguly. And Vandana Gupta to present to Poonam Rawal. And may I request everyone to present collectively to Abha Singh. And now collectively to our showstopper, Julia Van Toor, who's going to sing a lovely song for us. May I request you, Julia, who's more Indian than Romanian and is always supportive of good causes. And now I hand over the mic to Julia. This is for Payal Kothari from me. And to Swapnil too. Thank you.
Something from me to you.
Good evening, everybody. Congratulations to Shaina and to all these beautiful women for their contribution to the society. And to all the women who are fighters, all the strong people who never give up. Because no matter how down we feel we go, and we hit that lowest point in our lives, there's always a comeback. There's always strength for us to be strong, to rise up. So never forget to rise up. This is the song that I'm going to sing. That's the title of the song. And I'm giving it to you with all my love. Rise up. You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we're gonna walk it out and move mountains. We're gonna walk it out and move mountains. And I rise up, I rise like the day. I rise up, I rise unafraid. I rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I rise up, high like the waves. I rise up, in spite of the ache. I rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you, for you. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other, and for that we have each other. We will rise, and we'll rise up. We'll rise. I rise up, rise like the day. I rise up, in spite of the ache. I will rise 1,000 times again, and we'll rise up, high like the waves. We'll rise up, in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for Thank you so much, and thank you for being here today. Lots of love.
Thank you, lady. Thank you, lady. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us today and making this initiative more meaningful with your presence. Thank you once again, and have a great evening. And all of you can head towards the high tea and Have a good time. Thank you.